Right, what the hell was I doing before I left? I remember. Nightmare dungeons, of course. Aaron Hold. As good as any other dungeon. Hey, Incredible. How are you doing, mate? Good, Marvel. Good. We're moving and grooving, baby. Oh, yeah. Gonna get straight back to it. I really want... this guy is not gonna be level 100 by tomorrow. I think we can forget about it. But hey, we'll get him close. We'll get him close, I guess. Close enough. Stun time. Oh, quite a bit of drop there. Need more fury. These extra health guys fucking suck. What level are these guys? 63. Oh shit. Ah, they're dead. So how's everybody else doing today? Oh shit. I'll go along the bottom first. I think I have a pretty good group here. Oh, no, I need him, yes. Must take out the fucking shamans. You just finished the night shift? Yucky. Night shifts are tough, man. Going to bed when the sun is out? Fuck that shit. Well, to be fair, actually, that's what I'm going to be doing from next month myself, so I better get used to it quick. My streams will be starting from my time around about 11 p.m. and then finishing around 7 a.m. my time. That's going to be pretty difficult to adjust to. But it won't take too long, I don't think. Give it a week, I suspect. I was thinking I'll get like melatonin supplements and like, you know, really good blackout blinds for my room so I can make it like nighttime. Oh, let me just grab them all. Doing good, still morning, just had breakfast. Got chores to do. I just finished all my chores, mate. I did the laundry, I mopped the floor, made the bed, mate. Oh, I'm on point. Did my exercise, you know, jumped rope. I jump rope for like 45 minutes, so it's quite, it takes me a while. Obviously, it takes me 45 minutes. And I think I finally fixed my PayPal, that was a struggle. I literally been working on that for weeks. But I think that's good. Hey, Cacti. You're a baker and you work crappy hours? Bakers always work from like 2 a.m. to like 6 a.m. or some horrible fucking time like that. Famously unsociable hours for the baker. They're not nice. There's a defender around here. And yeah, Dalim, I am looking at changing my hours when I move to my new apartment, which will be later on this month. Like, well, pretty much right at the end of this month, I'll be moving into a new apartment. And I'll have the ability to stream through the night. And that's kind of when most of you guys were around. Like, my analytics show me that nearly everybody in here is either from North America or Europe, which makes perfect sense, right? So I'm kind of like streaming, as you know, at like pretty unfavorable hours for that kind of audience. And so I'm gonna swap things around and stream through the night, like a lot of like Australian and like New Zealand and Japanese streamers do that speak English. They just kind of stream a night shift, and we'll be giving that a try once I move in. I mean, if it doesn't, you know, there's no guarantee it will be an improvement, but I think it will be a pretty big improvement. And if it is, then we'll stick to it, make it routine. If it's not, then we can go back to the hours we already do. Excuse me. Hey Les bro, hey Cacti. Try 12-hour shifts. Fuck 12-hour shifts, dude. That's way too much work. You'd be fucking dead and buried by 60. You work that many hours. This is what I do with my ashes. Oh, fuck. See ya. A Paragon point. I think I'll go for the Fury on kill. I'm gonna go to Warbinger first. Good money though. Hopefully you can retire nice and early then. I mean, hey, good money's good money. Okay. "16 years a baker? You must cook one hell of a loaf." This ain't a door, that's a window. I need to wake up. I'm miles away, I'm trying to fucking walk through a window there. They get enough time to blow up even when they're bled. That's kind of stupid. I don't think I had a good trainer, that being my old grandpops. Family-owned bakery, they're the best. That's where you go for the good shit. Oh, I just walked right into that, but it's all good. I'm built like a tank. I'm not actually, my guy's kind of squishy, but you know what I mean. What's in here? Altar of Bibbly Booby. What's the objective here exactly? Slay the shamans. Oh, what do I do? Survive the assault? I'm pretty good at surviving. Take those. Some more enemies? No, less enemies? Let's see how many I can grab. These are all resummons. Oh my god, dude. I think I won. Oi, oi, Brecky, how you doing, mate? You gonna lurk? No race time. Take a rest, mate. Get your feet up. Didn't know Koreans were such gamers. Just noticed some gamers were real gamers. Check Discord. Colonel Cars cross into seasonal realms. Yeah, I've seen that. Korean magic? Has he got hearts in every single piece of gear? Bro, what the fuck? He has hearts in every single piece of gear. First of all, I'm a gamer from South Korea. Hang on, I should probably leave the dungeon. 1 second, let me leave the dungeon here real quick so I can read this. It's not really pertinent, like it doesn't matter, but I mean it's it seems odd. He's like, well, first of all, I'm from South Korea. I find that to be an odd opener, but there you go. And to make myself clear, I haven't used any of these bugs. I haven't made a seasonal character yet. I just played in the preseason. Recently, on a Korean online forum, I came across a post mentioning the possibility of transferring items between the standard server and seasonal server. At first, I thought it was a joke, but the method was very detailed, and eventually a few users who followed the method actually succeeded in transferring the items across the server types. What's even worse is other players successfully used this bug, allowing seasonal characters and standard characters to group together. They managed to activate the sigils held by standard characters, enabling them to play alongside friends in seasonal character. Astonishingly, they even obtained a Heart of Malignant during the dungeon, and it's in Blind Burrows, and it's the only sigil only exists in standard as I know. That's true. So they did a Blind Burrows Nightmare dungeon as a seasonal character, and the non-seasonal character got a Malignant Heart. That's pretty interesting. Good morning, Pepper. He tested the Heart Malignant on a standard character, and he posted it could be put in every item, and that has a slot, which is pretty crazy. I understand that the text is all Korean, and there might be difficulties in comprehending it. However, with regard to the Heart of Malignant, it can only be inserted into accessories on the seasonal server. Nevertheless, on the standard server, due to a bug, it can be placed in all item slots, which is easily noticeable. Similarly, there has been instances of successful attempts to transfer items with final options or aspects that were possessed on the standard character to seasonal character. I hope these bugs will be fixed as soon as possible. By the way, the method they used is 2 people group in a party as a seasonal character, and while one person unplugged the LAN cable, Others just wait for him to reconnect after 5 seconds. The other one who unplugged in now, you can see a disconnect message in the character selection screen and just reconnect this cable and choose a standard character, and now they can share phasing. I did not mention this methods since I did not want anyone to exploit this. Don't ask me how to do. This is not the case. Well-known he's Korean, okay, so it's a bit all over the place. Yeah, they're already banning people for this, by the way. Like, people who do this are getting banned already. He said he also can overwrite his standard stash tab to seasonal one. Literally, he can transfer this 10 heart gear to season it again. And I post this here in Diablo 4 Reddit because someone posted this to Blizzard Korea weeks ago, but it didn't work. Sorry for my poor English. So what people have been doing is they've sent this gear to, like, they've got a non-seasonal character, put like a malignant heart in every socket, and then sent it back to their seasonal character so that they can play the season with a malignant heart in every socket. That's pretty crazy. Okay, well, I guess it now makes sense why he was talking about being Korean, because he wants to make it clear that, like, he tried reporting this to Korean Blizzard and they just ignored it. So he's showing it here on Instagram? Reddit, in the hopes that, like, they'll see it. We'll give that an updo, I think. That's bad. That's really bad. But, yeah, I mean, they are banning people for doing it. So it's definitely not worth doing. Can you even imagine there's that many hearts that you'd want to use? It's like, you know, there's only like 3 that I would use. The rest of them are dog shit. Interesting, though. Definitely very interesting. Well, it was already patched? I have no idea. I didn't take a note from when that was from. But there hasn't been a patch in quite some time, and I've been hearing about people do this quite recently, so I don't think it has been. Not yet anyways, mate. Or maybe they fixed some component of it. Well, let's see when that post was from. I didn't take a note of when it was from. That's only 4 days old. They patched it on August the 2nd, but this post was made on August the 3rd. Why can't I attack him? You see how my character's like running around like a fucking idiot.
Not ready yet. I'm low on fuel.
Pretty interesting bug. Or will they break this time? Interesting way to look at it, yeah. What's not gonna work from tomorrow onwards? Interesting question. Hopefully it goes through smoothly. I mean, so far, like, the patch is the patch. I've got no new thoughts on it, but yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how it feels. Like, I've got a pretty good idea of how the changes are going to... Oh, I've got another ghost horsey. I've got a pretty good idea of how the changes are going to affect the game, but sometimes things end up being like more powerful or less impactful than they initially seem. Lots of ghost horses. These gems are useless to me. Alright. Shifting City, I can't do that. Tomb of the Saints. This is quite a high level dungeon. I have to craft a couple of more. 10 pluses. Let's see. Craft sigils. 960 I can make. Damn. I guess I have to make these ones. Let's make those. That's why I said to another chatter yesterday, don't get your hopes up about Blizzard patches. Expect something just now working as not working as intended. It does happen a fair bit, yeah. But I think it's still fine to look forward to patches. I mean, generally, whoa. Whoa, Mr. Marvel, the fuck, dude? That's a lot of gifted subs. Holy shit. Oh man, are we gonna hear a fart for every single one? That is fantastic. That makes me happy, dude. Oh, we're actually gonna get a fart for every single one, bro. That's amazing. That's just worth it for that alone. But thank you so much, man. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You absolute legend. Oh my days. Is it gonna keep going? I mean, I don't mind if it does. Ah. Wait, that's weird. What a nice lad. Absolutely. Though it's interesting. It said that you gifted a sub to like 3 people in particular, and then the rest were just randomly assigned. I didn't realize it worked like that. What was I doing again, by the way? Hail Hydra? Yeah, I don't know. We got 4 farts out of that though, mate. That was banging. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate that though. Absolutely fucking massive. Okay, I grabbed no ghosts whatsoever. And I'm not looking forward to telling, people I'm 31 now though. Like at least with 30 it kind of still felt like 20 a little bit, but now I'm like, you know, I'm over the fence. I'm well and truly in the 30s. Feels bad, bro. What level are these? It's okay, they're going to create like cyborg technology before I get too old and I'm going to live forever, boys. Yeah, I can't wait to become a robot. You know what? Like, I don't think I would have a second thought about becoming a cyborg. I'm like, yeah, buddy, robot me up. Man, this feels a little laggy, you know? 18 ms, that's definitely bad. Like, it sounds good, but when my MS is that low, it means it's actually bugging out. My MS is like 70 natural. Oh, what the fuck?
Don't have enough fury.
I'm kind of hoping to hit world tier 4 today. I'll go in a bit early. Like around level 65. Take a risk it for a biscuit, mate. You'd have some reservation depending on who would be doing it and under what conditions. I would not want to have ads playing on my vision once every 10 minutes. Yeah, dude, ads playing right into your brain. Oh man, itchy. The dog has a malignant farts. It smells foul. Stop sniffing dog farts. Problem solved. Had a pop in and say congratulations, mate. Out camping, so popping out again. No worries, Hellbug, mate. You enjoy your camping. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Legend. I'm actually looking forward to going camping myself once the weather starts to cool down a little bit in autumn. Right now, to go camping right now in Korea would be a death sentence. You'd get fucking cooked in your tent. You'd open it up and you'd be steamed. Unless you can get like air conditioning in your tent. And that, but at that point, is it even camping? I feel like camping is at its peak when it's cold. Like when you get nice, cold camping, so like, you know, you're all huddled around the fire, making like hot drinks, all the steam coming off of it, and cooking good food on a fire, open fire to keep yourself warm at the same time, and then snuggling up in gigantic sleeping bags and all that kind of shit. But to go camping in 35-degree heat, you might as well just climb into your oven and turn it on. Late summer. Is it late summer? Yeah, oh yeah, August, actually true. Now the year's flying by. I guess a lot of people might even call this autumn. But like, I feel like in Korea, like the seasons are like slightly out of sync. They're not, but they feel like that. Like it will be over 30 degrees well into September. And then it'll start to cool down in October and November. But it won't really start getting cold until December. But when it gets cold in Korea, it gets cold, so. Oh, I got birthday wishes coming through from the family. I better respond to these. Hang about. Catch the farts in a jar and put it into a socket. Damage over time bonus. Oh, fuck. Oh, he's unstoppable. That means my bleed should be doing more damage to him, right? Excuse me. But I was supposed to go glamping with the girlfriend's family at some point. I think we just missed it this year. At the moment, anyways. For the moment. Korea is a big hiking and like camping country. Obviously, like the whole place is made out of mountains, so it makes sense. You can't go anywhere without hiking, voluntarily or not. There's a lot of skellies. We're going to make it. That's usually the last thing they say before not making it. They all made it though. Fuck, dude. It's more like rather than going like over a mountain for milk, they put like the school, like the local school, halfway up a mountain. So you have to like walk up like a 300-meter mountain, which is not super high, but it's a pretty steep hill by most people's standards, just to get to school. And then the school itself is like on several different layers as well. Oh, sorry, levels.
Not ready yet. Don't have enough fury.
I remember there's like one part of the school that was built on like a particularly steep part of the mountain. And from floor 1 to like floor 2 was like... Oh no, sorry, like from the front entrance was on floor 1 and the rear entrance was on floor 6. Because it was just like so steep that the building went across 6 floors in just verticality on the mountain. And that's just one bit. It wasn't like a big building. That was just like the admin building. Some of the bigger buildings, they were like the same deal. Like the first entrance is on like floor 1, but the second entrance was from floor 6 just because it was like built on a fucking wall like that. And there's so much wildlife. Like I went to Dongguk, which is literally on the side of Namsan Mountain. And it's like the most famous mountain in Korea, Namsan. And you'd get like crazy amounts of like frogs, cicadas, mosquitoes, because it was, you know, it's on the mountain. And you'd have all kinds of shit flying into the classroom. There's also like a monastery inside of the university grounds as well, which was quite cool because you'd like be halfway through class and you hear like bong and then like loads of like monk chanting, and I'm not going to try and imitate it because I can't, but I think you guys maybe have an idea of what it sounds like in your head.
Not ready yet. I'm out of fury. Not ready yet.
Nailed it. It was quite cool. Like it was really relaxing. But I'm not gonna do it. I feel like it's not gonna be very accurate. This is the university I went to. Dongguk University. Pretty nice pictures here of it. So you can see like the Namsan Tower at the peak of the mountain here. These elephants are quite famous. These like bronze elephants in the middle of the campus. I wonder if there's like any pictures that aren't off like the main courtyard, so you can see like how much of a mountain it's built on. I guess not. They're all of like the main campus courtyard. There's the temple. So that like this temple's like right in the middle of the university. I wish there was a better view of it so you could see you could appreciate that it is on a mountain, right? Like you can see here, this is the mountain it's on. That's just the top of the mountain, which is pretty neat. But Dongguk was a really cool university. I just didn't I didn't rate the English course there. I didn't like the way that they teached it. They're not badly rated. I just don't like that type of teaching. They basically they like weight it super heavily in homework. No, I didn't get a degree. I was there for language school. I got my degree in England. I was just there to learn Korean, but the way they taught it was like 30% classroom teaching and then 70% homework. I was just like, well, if I'm paying for a degree, like not a degree, if I'm paying for like education, I'd rather that it wasn't more me teaching myself than anything else, because like I like my honest opinion was I could have just taught myself or like infinitely cheaper and it wouldn't have been any different whatsoever. So I feel like most places are like that. Coursework, not necessarily. We literally had a homework book. So like I don't really like a lot of educational systems, like and especially any that just essentially all you're doing is pay money to teach yourself. Like I don't understand that concept whatsoever. It was the same with my university degree in the UK. I took out a loan for £21,000 just to teach myself how to use 3ds Max. I could have just done that for free. And it's the same with like language schools. I think a lot of them, they just kind of, they give you like decent resources and also you get like, you know, opportunities to practice it with a teacher, but you could just buy the book for $100 instead of going on a $2,000 course, and then just use an app like Hello Talk to talk to people from different countries in their native language for free. So like, I don't know, university just seems like a fucking waste of time. Or at least it's been in my experience. You've never played this game in your life, but you'd like to get into it. Any tips? Thinking about buying it soon? Tips? Yeah, I mean, first there's I would highly recommend learning the game by yourself first. Like before you start looking up guides on what's strongest, what's the fastest, what's, you know, X, Y, or C, you're gonna enjoy the game like literally like by a multitude of 5 if you just play it yourself and don't think about like rushing to level 100. Don't think about like if you're doing things efficiently. Just figure it out on your own. The game is just so much more fun when you do that. And then once you're kind of like, you know, familiar with the game and you start to plateau, that would be the best time to then start looking at guides. Just play the class that you want to play. None of them are like incapable of doing the content. Some are more stronger than others, but that's just natural, right? In an RPG, there's like always, or a live service game, there's always like a class that's the strongest than the rest, but they're all capable of doing absolutely everything. So do not worry about that either. Same with builds. Just play the abilities you like and take your time. There's no rush to level. This isn't a game. This isn't like an MMO. It's not like, it's not built so that the end game is the only fun part of the game. It's actually more the opposite. Leveling is the more fun part of the game. Once you get to max level, you kind of have a couple of challenges that you complete, but then after that, you basically just go back to leveling a new character. So enjoy it for what it is. And yeah, and then, you know, obviously you know, the guides are not going to go anywhere. They'll be there for when you do hit that plateau. But it's a great game. Like, it's very, very easy to enjoy it for like up to 100, 200 hours. You'll get your money's worth. That I don't have any doubt about. Just don't expect it to be a full-time job. Because a lot of people, they seem to do that. They seem to play Diablo and they're like, I've played it for 500 hours already and I'm bored. It's like, well, yeah, no shit. You could do anything for 500 hours. It doesn't matter how good it is and you'd be fucking bored. That's a long time to do something. Especially in like 2 months.
Don't have enough fury.
But you're welcome, mate. Like an English webber that tells students to do pages and you send it in tomorrow. No, Breck, the whole thing will be in Korean. So they'll just give you a book. There's like, it's a Korean exercise book and they'll tell you to like do pages 1 to 5 and then come back tomorrow. And then you come back tomorrow with pages 1 to 5 done. You hand them in, right? They get marked. But you also like review the page, like what was in the pages, and then briefly go over what will be you'll go over what will be contained in the next 5 pages. So like, but you're not communicating, like the way they teach you is they don't communicate in English whatsoever, which can be pretty bad for anybody with no understanding of Korean whatsoever, which happened to a lot of people and happened to me. Was that there seemed to have been like an assumption that you had like a baseline level of Korean, even though you were in like the introductory course. And so you'd be sat there and the teacher would explain like what would be happening. Oh, this one really wound me up. They explained like on our first day, right? Day 1 of level 1 introductory Korean. Basically, it's like this is where you go if you can't speak a single word of Korean. On day 1, they explained things like important things like the term dates, the holidays, how to get in and out of the building, where to get our key cards if we were staying in the kisuksa, which is the like dormitory, how to sort that all out, and how to do all of that in Korean. They told us in Korean. So we had, like, so within like the first couple of weeks, people were turning up on holidays and being confused as to what was going on. People were taking days off when there was extra days. People couldn't get their library card. People couldn't get their fucking like the student loans sorted out. They couldn't get like their scholarship sorted out because they don't have any English speakers in the language teaching department. So if you have a problem and you're a level 1 Korean student, you are fucked. And I thought that was nuts. I was like, surely like they must be able to. I was like, I get it. They're trying to teach through full immersion, right? But when there are things like your visa, right, or there are things like your student ID that are like you have a problem with them, especially like the visa, for example, you need a special letter of not recommendation, but a letter of attendance from the school to prove to the immigration office that you are actually a student, and you need to also provide that to the bank. And I had a really bad issue. Like I had like literally like a week left to get my visa sorted, and I couldn't get the letter from the school. And I was like unheng. I knew like some words. I was like 나는 은행, my bank. I was like, yeah, it's like letter 주세요. Give me letter for my bank. I didn't know what the fuck I was trying to say, but I was like, I knew like just a tiny bit. And they just kept giving me like they're like, oh, okay. They give me a piece of paper. I went to the bank and they're like, no, wrong one. And I was like, fuck me, dude. And I didn't have my bank account for like 6 weeks. I almost overstayed my holiday visa. And they just won't speak to you in English at all. So it's frustrating for a lot of reasons like that, which I thought like it was kind of sketchy, right? It's very stressful on top of like learning a new language. I didn't like dealing with all of that. And I don't know if it was just like a school thing or if it was like, you know, whether it was, what am I trying to say? like, or if that's a problem I would have encountered in every school, but they just seem to be far too strict with their do not speak English policy. 'Cause we knew they could, because they would they could understand and respond to questions that people ended up having to ask in English. They'd be like, teacher, I cannot say this. How do I say this? And the teacher would know and respond. It's obvious, right? The language teachers at a university would probably be bilingual, trilingual, right? And we knew most of them were. Like, most of them did occasionally let slip that they knew English with, like, they usually had really good accents as well. And one of the teachers could even speak like 4 languages. She spoke Korean, English, she spoke French and Chinese or something like that. So they're very talented, like, lingots there, but their school basically forces them to never ever use any English and to just hard force the Korean. And I didn't like that, because I had a lot of, like, complex issues with, like, my visa and with my bank that I just desperately needed help with. Not even close to the dodgy mess at an English language college in Oxford Street. Students don't show up there. They just apply to the course so they could work in London. Well, I mean, that's not good. What's the point of going to a school? What was the point of being in school over there? Just living there in that case? You asking me, or were you asking Jalin? Did I learn Korean faster because of that? No. Actually, what ended up happening is I fell behind. And a lot of people fell behind. I had to spend, like, most of my free time trying to make sure that, like, you know, I was getting the right paperwork. I think I spent, like, the first 2 weeks of the first semester basically finishing class, going to the student office, getting given the incorrect paperwork, then going all the way to the bank in the city with it, only to find out I had the wrong paperwork. So then I had to, like, go back to the school office in the morning the next day. I didn't enjoy it, that's for sure, Brecky. And that's why I only stayed for 1 year. I was supposed to be there for 2 years, but I was there for 1 year and I quit. Hey, Caves. How we doing, mate? I'm asking if it's all about the immersion and they don't teach, just living there is pretty immersive. I think so. Actually, like, the best way to learn Korean is just to self-teach and make Korean friends. Like, but it could have just been the way, like, I just didn't vibe with the way the school taught the language. It was very academic as well. I could tell I could do like 2 or 3 years at that school and probably still not be able to speak Korean because of the, again, they're teaching you, like, textbook Korean. You spend more time writing, like, the same sentence over and over and over again in a book than you do with like, actually speaking Korean. I think it's why, like, a lot of people in Asian countries are, like, not very confident with their English despite having studied it for like 10 years, because they don't ever actually get to speak a word of it. Oh yeah, it's my birthday today, Chronix. My birthday, I'm 31, bud. I'm old as fuck, boy. Still playing video games at 31, rip. Oh wait, did I win? Big goose. Yeah, nah. I just stay 23 in my head. It's all good. Thank you, Caves. Appreciate it. Just doing what I love, though. Playing video games. I had like my cake and everything yesterday, so today actually I kind of just treating today like a regular day. Like who wants to celebrate their birthday on a Monday? You know what I mean? Not exactly the best day for it, is it? Who's keeping these fuckers alive? What the hell's going on? Uh-oh, I see a wall of text. Ah, Veritas, thank you as well, mate. Gaming in your 30s is an absolute W. My G. Those are immigrants just going to school. Family fees are the state regardless of, so they pay for college like £4K. I think that happens in every country, Jalim, though. I think a lot of people abuse temporary visas to do stuff in a country that they're not supposed to. I don't think that's exclusive to people coming to the UK. I'm pretty sure people do that here. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I've met people that do that here. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I live here on a holiday visa, though I you know, obviously I adhere to the lawful requirements of the holiday visa, which is I have to leave the country every 3 months, which I do every 3 months exactly. I will leave the country for a week and I will come back. And if I ever get told I can't do it, then I won't do it again. But it's well within the law that I do it. It's actually a pretty good hammer. It's got crit. It's got max crit, core, and damage over time on it. It's quite a bit better than the one I'm using, actually. But obviously, I'm also like, I'm not engaged per se, but we have plans to get married in the near future. So, you know, there's also that kind of looming over us. I don't think I'll have to do this for very long. I'm not really that bothered about it. But I don't do anything. I think that's against the law. Where do I go? I go anywhere. I'm going China this month. I'm gonna go visit some of my friends in China. China. I'm going to Shenzhou and Chongqing as well. Apparently it's a great city. I would have no idea. Never been. I don't know if any of this gear... I know this is pretty good. I don't think any of the rest of it's any good. She is Korean, yeah. Yeah.
Anything else?
What does it take to be a PR in South Korea? What's a PR? Have I ever played PoE? Common Guy, just a little. Like, I played like one season like 3 or 4 years ago, so basically no, but technically yes, if you get what I mean. I do actually want to play, I want to play a little bit of PoE in the near future, possibly. I might wait until PoE 2 beta hits the shelves next year, but we'll see how much Diablo content there is. You know, there probably will come a time where, like, I'm going to be just finished halfway through a season. And so, you know, I'll want to play other similar games in order to keep myself entertained. I do like it, actually. I think it's a great game. Oh, shit. So, what does it take to be a permanent resident in Korea?
Not ready yet.
Essentially, you have to be married. I don't really think there's like, it's got quite strict immigration laws, so I mean, you can stay here for like a long time on a business visa, but you're not a permanent resident. I think perhaps if you've lived here for 5 years, you can like denounce your I I think you can denounce your home nationality and become Korean. I think it's something weird like that. Like, Koreans are not allowed to be dual citizens. So if you become Korean or something like that, like you become Korean. Like you're no longer a Brit. I can't remember if that's like strictly true under like the marriage stuff, but like there's some pretty strict laws when compared against the rest of the world, I believe. I do remember reading somewhere like you have to like denounce your yeah. Actually, I wonder if Fearview is lurking in the channel. Fear, you there, mate? By any chance? Just a shot in the dark. See if one of my mates is in here. Thank you, Inkman. Appreciate it. I won't say my age, but it's so I'm old enough to have children your age. Happy birthday, mate. No worries, mate. You don't have to, mate. We don't. No judgment here, anyways. But that seems to be done. My wife and I said we want to visit Asia, but we want to learn some of the language first, so we're not complete tourists. You can get away with it though, Veritas. Don't let anything like that ever put you off. If you make like as long as you make like a physical effort, like if you say "안녕하세요," like you know, hello, 감사합니다, like that's enough to like sneak by 99.9% of the stuff that you're ever going to need to do in Korea. I think anyone can learn to say 2 words. Koreans as pretty as they are in K-dramas? My missus is, but not all of them. You just started playing this week? What, Path of Exile common or Diablo? Why is my music gone, dude? I hate it when it goes like so eerie quiet every now and then. Denounce the new king and swear fealty to Korea? I would do that. Honestly, I don't feel like... I'm not very patriotic. So I wouldn't have any issue with like... surrendering my British passport to get a Korean one. Because I live here. You know, why do I need a British passport for? It's just, all it is a free ticket to get into some of the least friendly countries in the world. Yeah, they can have it. I don't want it. PoE. Yeah, I think one day we'll get around to playing it as a stream, but still have quite a bit to discover here. I'm definitely excited for PoE 2 though. Did you see the Exile Con Common? Like the reveal of some of the gameplay? Looks pretty fucking legit. I'm excited to give that a try. He's definitely no good.
Anything else?
Veterans. Excuse me, guys. It's up late, I think. Crit damage, done, slow. Nah, it's no good. Let's go and roll this weapon. I think this is definitely an improvement now. So it's got more crit damage, slightly less core damage. It has damage over time instead of crowd controlled. And I can roll the overpower damage off, which is pretty neat. Have you ever been to the US? I've not. I actually would like to visit America at some point. But I just never got around to it. I will go there though. Excuse me. 74 strength out of a possible 84. I'm gonna afford one more roll. I max rolled overpower damage after having max roll overpower damage on it. How about that? You want to go to Tokyo when I'm older and actually have money? I like that, Les. Where have I been? I have been places that I thought were really cool. Bangkok, I liked a lot. That was a really interesting experience for me. And Osaka. I've been to a lot of countries, but those are the 2 that I actually like. I like Bangkok. I like Osaka. I I've been to Tokyo. I've been to Pattaya. I've been to Dublin. I've been to Montpellier. But the only place I really liked was Osaka and Bangkok. And of course Seoul. Seoul is good. Fuck's sake, I knew I'd forgotten to do something. Ran away from the place that I was going to go put my rapid, smiting, rapid, accelerating. Limitless rage. I don't even know if Edge Master is good for me. I might try... I don't have a Skull Breaker, do I? Should I try accelerating? Do 24% increased damage based on your primary resource you have left. Let's see. I'll put it on there for now. So +2 strength, 14% damage over time. This is a definite upgrade, for sure. I need to upgrade it though, I think. If you would like to try cool foods, New York City is the best. Many good... Isn't like New York City like on fire every other day?
Unexpected.
Pikachu. Shifting city, Betrayer's Row. Yeah, New York City seems to like be constantly in the news for something crazy happening. Never seems to be anything good. I would probably prefer to go like into deep cowboy country.
Not ready yet.
The Midwest, yeah. Like, I'm a big fan. I'm a massive fan of visiting just random ass towns. Like, I don't typically like or enjoy the touristy hotspots. When I visit countries, my favorite stuff to do is just to kind of go to like the random towns that maybe even the locals haven't heard of. I tend to just follow my nose. Like when I first came to Seoul, all I used to do was like just get on a bus or get on a train, go a couple of stops, get off and just pick a direction and walk. That'd just be all I did. And for like the first couple of months, I'd walk like somewhere between like 15 and 20 kilometers a day. And I just like find like a road and I just follow it. Walk through all of the city streets. If I find restaurants I like, I go into those. If I find shops or interesting things, I'll visit them. I did the same with Tokyo, but I just didn't enjoy it as much because like when you go to like the touristy part, like the touristy parts are huge, and they're far more like in your face than any other country I've ever been in, which I was kind of surprised about with Japan. Oh shit. Why is there so many of these, dude? I'm gonna get killed. Fuck yeah, now. Where you grew up or retire? I just like, you know, I like big open spaces. I like mountains. I like quiet stuff. Which is probably, it sounds contradictory to like where I've chosen to live. I live in Seoul. But Seoul is interesting because it's both at the same time a very like quiet and conservative place to live, while also being like one of the busiest and like biggest cities in the world. It's like the best of both worlds. I haven't been to Paris, no. I don't know if Paris would be a particularly great place to visit right now. Isn't Paris also on fire? And I've been told it's not a particularly pleasant city. Lots of crime. Streets are dirty. And of course there's like ongoing riots. You think it's because they play Barb? I see. Barb players are civilized. We don't burn down Audis and Lidls. No, I keep fucking up on these. I'm not playing my best today, to be completely honest, boys. I'm all over the joint. Holy moly. A good way to farm silver ore? Probably the best way is just hell tides, because there's a lot of like natural resources in them to collect, but there's not really like a specific way to farm silver. Disenchant weapons, do hell tides, and pick up all the iron, like the iron and silver nodes that you see. That's the only way. I just picked up a blue. What's going on here? You gonna head out and watch Transformers? Oh, mate, enjoy. And thank you, mate. Yeah, 23. Legit. No memes here. Alright. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Blood Boil is pretty bad with bleed because like a lot of times like you're running away and an enemy that you had bled like dies off screen and then you don't even like see the Oh my god, can I just get these enemies? There we go. It only took 4 steel grasp to grab the enemies I was after. No problem. There's one blowing up off screen right now. I can hear it. Well, yeah, that is pretty frustrating. It's happened again. I can range this one though, so it's not a problem. Let me through. Why is he not vulnerable? Wait, what the hell is happening on my vulnerability? Bro, what the fuck? Did they fucking nerf this or something? Wait, why is my vulnerability falling off like instantaneously? I'm a little confused. My gear is a mess, mate. There's no good looking at my gear. You won't get any information from that, bud. You know what? You're probably right. I reckon it was vulnerability immune, wasn't it? Good point. I was like super confused there, but that makes perfect sense. Let's see. Crit. Encroaching wrath. Almost a max roll on that bad boy. Alright, pay attention to these amulets. Maybe one is good. Cut to the bone. Nope. Nope. Burning Rage. Definitely big nope. Okay, nothing good there. I think I need silver. I'm going to disenchant these.
My eyes are a warrior. Oh, and you were
2 silver, bro. I got 2 silver for disenchanting all of that. Huge. Massive. Absolutely gigantonormous. Hey, Paulie. How you doing, mate? What's this? Vulnerability resist. Okay, so that was probably why. They don't burn littles, but they do go cottaging and dogging in some particular stretch of Empire. Wait, what are you talking about, mate? I have a tip for finding materials. Feels like they nerfed the game because they nerfed it. They nerfed the materials. When did they do that? There's been a bit. No news there then. The drop rate. Last time I heard, they buffed. The last 2 patches I'm aware of, they buffed the drop rates. You can now get Forgotten Souls from disenchanting legendaries, and you also get like potion materials like crazy fast. I don't think they ever nerfed the drop rates. I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. Best way to farm materials though is just to disenchant stuff. You know, concentrate on getting the amount of items that you get. Improve that. Run a dungeon really quickly, like Cave of VoD. And then just disenchant everything. Or, sorry, salvage everything afterwards. Or Helltides. Helltides are a great place to get resources. Just make sure you're picking up all, like, the mining nodes and the herbalism nodes while you're doing it. There's usually... well, at least it feels like there's like a higher concentration of them in there. I don't think they've nerfed them, mate. Like, I mean, like my materials are absolutely off the chain. Now, obviously, this isn't too good, but I've been upgrading a lot recently. Like, these are very rare. A 4.3k of these, 300 of these, 506 of those. I got more than I could ever possibly use. Just because I like right now I have 2 characters and like several builds worth of gear. I'm pretty low on silver because it's probably the thing you use the most. You use like 60 silver for every time you upgrade a weapon. Oh no, I didn't get the most important one. Big. Kill all of them, right? You're low on veiled crystals. That's I have like 5k of them. Yeah, they didn't nerf them though, AQ. It's the same it's always been. I haven't had a conduit shrine in like what feels like days.
Not ready yet.
Can now detonate that shit. Blamode. Potion time. What the fuck? My rupture missed all of those enemies? That's awesome. Okay. If it's anything, AQ, you probably just haven't played the game as much this time around. Because materials are basically one-to-one with playtime, right? The more you play, the more you have. But there's no secret source like way to farm materials. You literally just do hell tides, pick up nodes, do nightmare dungeons, disenchant gear. That is it. That's the secret. Unfortunately, it's not that interesting. But they have, if anything, they've actually buffed the drop rates twice since the preseason. I don't think they nerfed cinder drops, did they? I don't ever remember reading anything about a cinder drop either, Jarlim, if I'm honest with you.
I'm not ready.
They were bugged for a bit. Weren't they bugged in... Like, they weren't bugged so they were dropping too many. Weren't they bugged that they weren't dropping any? Like, it was like... It was fucked and there wasn't any dropping. I remember that happening when they first brought out the new changes to the Hell Tides by, you know, with the increased amount of cinders it cost to open the chest. And then there was like a problem with enemies not dropping cinders. God damn, this fucking elite enemy here.
Not ready yet.
Got him. He's gonna heal to full now. Gonna quickly level that up, level 11. Oh mate, this track is so annoying. Like the butcher one, the beats to kill the butcher to, it has like so much dead air in it. Just random noises. Have you had the issue with the character visual and inventory is all very dark? Yeah, it seems to happen from time to time. Like I have it when my character doesn't render in, it's just like a silhouette of a person instead of like an actual person. Tavern music, I was thinking about it, but I like to mix it up occasionally. I see what's in here then. Ah, legendary. Dead meat. You got more than like fucking groups of like one enemy. Here we go. Woo! Excuse me. Thank you, mate. What's in here? Nothing.
Not ready yet.
Dunsky. Woo! Alright. Anything good? Max roll audacity. Skip. I've already got one. Ancestral force. No. Vulnerable basic. Nope. Nope. I need a new pair of gloves. Well, I guess I'm not gonna get them. Boots I'm fine on. Dire Whirlwind. Crit Bleeding Vulnerable. Nah. Nah. I'm good. 3 silver again, boys. Rolling in it. Rolling in the silver. Trey's Row. Nostra. Right. Let's fucking roll. You might need to get a coffee after this roll, this run. God damn, these things suck. How's he still alive? Could have gotten fucking blasted along with the rest of them.
Not ready yet.
These barrier mobs, not my favorite. Oh god, this is a pretty big group of enemies. Oh, that's why. This is where the thing that I'm after is. Hey, you fucking big shit, Mr. Hornet. Fuck you. I have it now. I have the Crimson Field. Fields of Crimson. Jesus, said it wrong. And it made a pretty substantial difference. It's definitely working really well. And this is like the shit version right now. So as of tomorrow, tomorrow for me anyways, because I'm maybe a day ahead of some of you guys. But yeah, I'm actually looking forward to seeing how this. If I can get one tomorrow with the new stats on it, I'm looking forward to that. I feel like the bleed build is definitely going to be a very strong contender for... I wouldn't say speed farming. You guys can see, like, already it's not very good at, like, speed farming. But just for, like, damage output and consistency for, like, high-tier dungeons and possibly Lilith, this is going to be pretty fucking brutal. So the way the new unique changes are working, nerds, is that... we're getting the new unique power on our current unique. So the the improvements to the literal effect, like the while using the weapon damaging at least one enemy, rupture creates a blood pool. Those changes are applied retroactively to all uniques, i.e. the ones that you already have. However, the changes to the modifiers, like the 4 base stats on the weapon, those changes will only be applicable to new drops. So it's quite interesting, but if I keep this one here, after the 8th, you will no longer be able to get a Fields of Crimson with Rupture cooldown reduction on it. It'll have the same power, but it will have different modifiers. So if you have the old version of the weapon, guys, you might want to keep it, because there'll become a point where, like, it's actually an item you can no longer get. It'll be a legacy unique, yeah, so you might want to keep it just for, like, shits and giggles, because there might be a time down the line where it actually becomes really OP. You got a 0.3810 Ramadani's. Yeah, and you won't get the vulnerable damage on it. I see why you're pissed. I definitely understand why you're pissed, mate. For sure. Rip, yeah. Rip Bizroll. But that's how they're doing it, unless like they change their mind between when they announced the patch and now, but they released the patch notes, so it's locked in. It's as good as done. I think they just couldn't do it, right? Actually, that's not true. They could have done it. They did it to all the crit and vulnerable rolls on our weapons, didn't they? That's a good point. I mean, they retroactively nerfed all of the crit and vulnerable on weapons, but they couldn't retroactively change the stuff on the uniques. And do you guys want to see something really interesting? You know when they brought in the nerfs to crit damage and vulnerable damage on gear, and it retroactively applied, so any gear that you had got 40% less vulnerable damage and like 25% less crit damage, whatever the change was. What's really interesting is that even applied to the gear on characters that had died. So like in the past, this character, I remember this character had like 60% crit and like 60% vulnerable damage on this weapon. And they died. I mean, this character died in like the first month of the preseason, but the changes... Oh, it stopped working. The changes to gear retroactively applied even to dead characters. I wonder why they decided not to change the modifiers for existing uniques. Probably some sort of like scummy way to extend playtime by not doing it. They made it so that players feel like motivated to go grind the uniques again. I hope that's not the reason. That'd be really fucking scummy. I can't attack here. You reckon, guys? That would be so fucking scummy. But they can clearly change the value of a modifier. It stands to reason that they probably have the power to change the modifier to a different stat. But then again, let me think about this a little bit more. So the one problem they would have, right, is like, so take the Fields of Crimson here, for example. They're removing the cooldown reduction and they're adding in critical hit damage. Now, how would they determine what role the critical hit damage is going to be? Because what if you had max roll cooldown reduction? What if you had 19.6% cooldown reduction? They replaced it and it gives you the minimum roll critical hit damage. You'd actually be kind of pissed off, wouldn't you? So I think, Tan, you're kind of getting at the same issue there. I imagine they can do it, but because they couldn't think of a good way to determine how, like, what kind of roll you would get, then they didn't add it. Because I'm pretty sure there are some people who would actually be annoyed if they got, like, if they went from a max roll of a bad stat to a min roll of a good stat. They'd be like, it's worse now. So I'm pretty sure it with Fields of Crimson, it's actually like even if you got like 10% crit damage, it would still be better. Like the cooldown to rupture is, because it's got such a short cooldown, it's essentially nothing. Like, it's actually a really bad stat. Roll the same percent that you had. I don't know, man. The value in them is like so different. That's like, I was thinking about that, but the problem is like max roll, like cooldown reduction on rupture is fucking nothing compared to max roll on crit. So it would potentially turn like it do the opposite, right? If you can't have it, if you can't have the system a way where it makes the weapon worse, you can't really have a system in a way that makes like a shit weapon super good all of a sudden. Because I think they have to balance it both ways. You can't make a good thing bad, and you can't make a bad thing good with a patch. Whereas like the change to the legendary power is kind of like, oh, the way the power works, that's just a baseline good regardless of what the weapon rolled on it. Because the effect is a set value, right? It's not a percentage thing. They're changing, like, what they're doing is they're changing it from 15% to 20% improved damage. They're not changing anything else. Yeah, I guess maybe it was like the lesser of however many evils there are involved with this. Yeah, not most of them. It's easy to overwrite a unique effect or Lego aspect or slightly more technical to replace a basic affix with X unique item. Roll is easy, same percent of max roll you had. I agree with their approach. If the stat isn't there right now, find a new one. It's probably the path with the least complaining involved. Because in a way, if they have it in a way where like it makes really bad Fields of Crimson all of a sudden really good because it takes like a super low roll cooldown reduction, or just takes a cooldown reduction and adds like max roll crit damage on it, you'll get people who didn't have that complain. And then if it's the other way around where it like re-rolls it and makes like good cooldown reduction a bad crit roll, then those people will complain. Whereas the way that they have it now, everybody's complaining, so it's fair. Hey, look at Ramladani Mani. I don't like the precedent of finding a bad item now knowing it'll ascend. I mean, that's kind of like, but that is still kind of true. Because like the unique powers are still getting buffed quite a bit, especially for Temerity. Like even getting a Temerity now with all stat on it instead of the max life, it's still big. But if you have max CDI and it translates into max crit, that's fine. Same with min rolls too. Depends. I mean, some people might like the cooldown reduction. They might want it for a particular reason. I see a world where like people who didn't have one would be like, everyone with a min roll one would be like, oh, it should have re-rolled. I could definitely see that happening. No, Maxi, unfortunately not. Maybe in Season 10. With Fields, because that item straight up is getting nerfed? How so? You think crit damage is worse than Rupture cooldown reduction? Almost a good ring. Keep the weapons. I'll disenchant those.
My eyes can only watch so much.
Good.
7 silver, 8 silver, dude, nice. You don't want to spam Rupture though, Eater. I'll kind of explain why I think that it's actually a pretty gigantic buff. So, currently, I have a pretty bad one, right? It's not fantastic. However, the cooldown reduction on my Rupture is 5.2 seconds. And the reason that I feel like the hard cap for cooldown reduction on Rupture is 5 seconds, and so it lessens the importance of cooldown reduction significantly on the weapon, is because of the, you know, the enhanced version of Rupture, Warrior's Rupture here, that gives you 30% attack speed for 5 seconds. So essentially, you want to Rupture an enemy, and then for 5 seconds, you want to be casting other abilities to build up bleed for the next Rupture to execute. Now, I barely have any cooldown reduction across my gear here. I have like half of the cooldown reduction I could possibly get. I also have 2 charges off it, and I also have Disembowel, so I get cooldown reduction from killing enemies as well. Therefore, my cooldown is significantly lower than 5.2 seconds right now. Significantly lower. And so I'm getting 0 value from the cooldown reduction. It's doing nothing, because there's no scenario where you want to be just chain casting Rupture. It doesn't actually do any damage. Like Rupture does like what? A 2k bleed? Not particularly good. And so what you want to be doing is using Rupture, utilizing the attack speed to spam Rend, and then rupturing again at the end. So you open and close with Rupture with a 5-second gap in between. So if your cooldown reduction is 5 seconds, you no longer need any more. How exactly is crit damage working with bleed and gushing wounds? Bleeds can't crit, can they? Is it a flat percent? No, gushing wounds literally it makes bleeds crit. That's literally exactly what it does. That's all that gushing wounds does. Is it allows dot damage to utilize your crit chance and crit damage. They can even overpower as well. Go into Nostrova. Are all ways to ramp damage with Rupture removed from the game. Oh god, where's he gone? I had to kill a treasure goblin, of course. No, Tang, you get your own key passive. This one's mine. And that's what I'm using, by the way. I'm actually using Gushing Wounds here. When causing enemies to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical chance to increase the bleed amount by 100% of your crit damage bonus. So it just essentially means when the dot is applied, it can critically hit. And they're actually buffing that in the patch. They're changing it from 100% to 115%. And that's multiplicative. That is a fucking huge DPS boost, boys. Like, Gushing Wounds is going to get giga strong. And it's already performing really, really well. I feel like, in a way, they're kind of over-tuning Bleed and not addressing the issues that make it not fun to play. So the problem with like Rend, and actually with a lot of Barbarian builds that are not meta, it's more so the way that they play that's the problem than anything else. Like Double Swing and Rend actually do tons of damage, but because damage over time has to do damage over time, and like Rend and Double Swing both suffer from a small AoE effect that makes them very bad for like killing tons of enemies, because you just can't hit that many. Like even if you do 1 billion damage, you can still only hit like 5 enemies at a time. That's what makes them bad. Not the damage, dude. I can like fucking destroy enemies really, really, really fast with a super suboptimal leveling build. So once I get this build online, I'm just going to be melting shit. Like no problem whatsoever. And with the buffs, I'll be doing like insane damage. But yeah, I mean like the biggest issue is the shitty little swing. I mean, that's like where all my damage comes from. This is why I have such a strong emphasis on the Rupture. So, like, my DPS comes from grabbing enemies in, stunning, Rupture. Boom, they just all die, right? And I just move on to the next pack. Bring them all, get them all together, bring them in, stun, Rupture. There's an elite in here, so I'll have to do a couple of Rends and they're all dead. And they're making all of that stronger, which is actually not the problem. Like, it's already strong enough to insta-delete entire packs. But it doesn't have, like... Steel Grasp doesn't work, like, as well as it should. It feels like the hit detection is really bad with it. And I don't like that it's not actually a CC. So when you grab the enemies towards you, it doesn't interrupt their attacks. They continue attacking, and I hate that. And it actually causes, like, some scenarios where you accidentally suicide by grabbing enemies. Because they'll be like charging a heavy attack or a stun. You grab them and they just hit you immediately. So that sucks. Rend just has no arc. It barely hits any enemies. And again, the hit detection on it is really bad. Sometimes an enemy will be like here. And your character will be like, ugh, and you'll swing this way for no reason whatsoever. The same with Rupture. Rupture does that all the time. Like my mouse will be here. and the fucking rupture will go that way or something. And I don't know what that's about, but I feel like there's some sort of like soft enemy locking with abilities. Also, it grabs enemies behind. Steel grasp grabs enemies behind you. So, like, watch here. Guarantee one will go behind me. That guy did. That guy did. Actually, I think that guy was behind me, but this guy did. Absolutely frustrating as hell. And I feel like if... Like, look at this. There's two guys behind me. Like, what the fuck? But, it would be nice if they could address, like, the mechanical issues before just pumping the numerical value up. Because Rend is actually doing tons and tons of damage. But it's just horrible to use. It takes like... I mean, it's okay. It's not horrible to use, actually. Let me rephrase that. It's not horrible to use, but it makes it frustrating at times. Sometimes I use the wrong language, guys. I use chains while leveling in the season and I'm not a fan of how it works with the pause either. It feels bad to miss several mobs that you clearly hit. And the funny thing about it, nerds, as well, is that you'll actually, like, you'll make them vulnerable. So Steel Grasp also makes enemies vulnerable. That happens, right? You'll hit them, they'll turn vulnerable, but it won't grab them. So it's like that, like it is hitting them, but the game's also deciding it didn't hit them. It just doesn't make any sense. They do, but you can see it, Ank. Thank you, Dodo Dick. Like, you can see whether they're unstoppable or not. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know about, like, CC resist. So don't get me wrong. I'm not missing something obvious like that. I play the game. I play the game too much, like, and see it too often. And you guys would call me out on it, like, at the time it happens. I wonder if it's more forgiving on consoles like Necro C auto target pulls instead. I would actually, to be fair, BTS, I would probably say a build like this would be horrible on controller, because if your Ren shoots in the if your Rupture shoots in the wrong direction, you lose all of your DPS. You would lose all of your DPS. Like, if you grab enemies like this and it decides to hit the guys that are behind you like that, boom, you just lost all your damage. So I would probably not use this build on controller. Are you running accelerating? Does it speed up the animation of Rupture at all? I'm not using accelerating, no. I will at some point. I just only have like one good accelerating. Does it increase the speed of Rupture? That's a very good question. Yes, it looks like I do get an increased speed. But I'll let me clarify that 1 second. You bring up an interesting point. I want to see if that actually does have scaling. Oh, actually, E4 Lothric builder. Barbarian. Okay. Doesn't seem like it does. Usually this has... Have they changed it of recent? Oh, that sucks. This website used to have whether the ability had attack speed scaling written on it or not. Or like coded in. But it doesn't seem that it does anymore. I can't see it here. It used to have the attack speed scaling written in with it. Does it not have it no more? Ah. Well, that's a shame. I was hoping to find out. It definitely feels like it pulls faster. Like when my attack speed is high. Yeah, I think so. I do think so, but I was looking for concrete information. Like from the way it feels. Like you see that one? And then that one was way faster. That second one was way faster for sure. I just wanted to bring up like, you know, like written proof, but I'm definitely confident that it does increase the animation. Battery. Also, enemies have like collision detection with each other. So when you grab a load of them together, what happens is they like grab together and then poof, they kind of like slowly expand like a sponge, which is pretty frustrating. And I guess like you can't have too many enemies stacked on top of one another. But for like this build with Rupture being such a narrow attack, it sucks when you're fighting lots of really big enemies, because that like expansion of the pack will happen much faster. So I tend to have like a much harder time when fighting like trees or the giant pigs or stuff like that. Like if I grab these in, you guys probably see what I'm on. Why is this not going away? I grab them in. They spread out relatively quickly. Not too quickly. But if I stun them in place, it's fine. But I'm getting off the rails now. Like the point I was trying to make is like if they actually address the mechanical side of the abilities rather than just pumping the numbers up, builds like this will become so much more fun. Give Rend a little bit more reach. Try and work on the hit detection of Steel Grasp. Fucking popping off at that point. Yeah, everybody will be playing Bleed. That's a lot of enemies. Lots of enemies. I'm gonna call that dungeon. I think that dungeon's done. A circular, it would just be whirlwind, wouldn't it? But like, if they just like extended the reach, right, made it a slightly wider angle, maybe gave it like 15% further, like, you know, vertical reach, it'd feel insane. It'd feel so good. Strength, cooldown reduction, damage while berserking. Okay, let's have a look at this. Crit, nope. I don't really need weapons, but it's always worth checking, right? You never know. You might see something absolutely insane. Retribution. Dog ass stats. Okay, nothing good. Does it do AoE damage? Actually, well, I mean, it does do a little, but all of the AoE damage you're seeing me do is just from enhanced Rupture. So Rupture, when you pull it through an enemy, it deals an explosion that does a fairly modest bleed. However, it's multiplicative with the amount of enemies you pull it through. So the more enemies you get stacked in front of you, and the more that you hit with your Rupture, the more damage it does. That's why you're able to clear like giant packs with it really well. And that's kind of like where the skill in the spec is, if you know what I mean. Because you have to hit those Ruptures really well. But sometimes the game will fight you with it, and it will like shoot your Ruptures off into the middle of nowhere for no reason whatsoever. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's just the way it is. And you have to burn another one. Dead Man's Dredge, Resource Burn, Lightning Storm. Holy shit. Could not have been a worse dungeon if they had tried. How populated is hardcore? You tell me. You tell me. Hey Dan, how you doing, buddy? You tell me. When was the last time you guys ever saw another player on my stream? I don't think we've seen a player on my stream in like maybe a week. So yeah, completely and utterly dead. There's like maybe there's maybe like one other person at a world boss usually, like maybe two. How do you think it will perform in PvP after the changes? Rend? Rupture? It's hard to say. I don't PvP all that much. Well, at all. I mean, the changes will translate over relatively well. I mean, I think Fields of Crimson is not a particularly good PvP weapon anyways, because nobody's stupid enough to stand in the big red circle. Or at least you'd hope not. And that's kind of where, like, most of the damage comes from. With, like, Rend Rupture buffs. Like that one, no, sorry, like... That's one of like the big parts of what makes this build strong, and you automatically can't use that. Then I would say the changes to Rupture itself, again, are only really going to be feasible when you hit a large pack with Rupture. Like just rupturing one target does next to no damage whatsoever. So as far as PvP goes, if I had to have an educated guess, I would say it won't make any difference. That was interesting. I just used Ground Stomp and didn't get any Fury. Resource Burn, that's why. I should have known better. How did I miss that? Yes, that's exactly how I run as well, Dan. That's exactly how I run. I'm just going to go grab a drink, guys. Be right back. Boy is a little thirsty. GG Tyler, level 100. Very nicely done, mate. Alright, where was I going? Dungeon-wise. There it is. Lobbies are dead. I think hardcore is just a little quiet these days. I never see anybody in either. I think like 95% of the player base is on softcore. I didn't have my shout up. Oopsie daisy. Ooh. I do want to get my hands on some penitent greaves. Just keep fucking rending them, rupturing them. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to the changes as well, Tyler. It's going to make them just way more fun. Obviously, the XP is going to go up quite a lot with it as well, but just typically more fun. Yo, you can help me. Since I started to Season 1 Barb and got the effects from my shouts and my rings, I never reduce cooldown on my shouts when I use it. And of course on Trash Back is my Bard bug. Yeah, I tested on my turnaround, it works fine. I could only guess so. Yeah, I mean, it should definitely be reducing your cooldowns. Like what cooldown numbers are you getting? You're using the aspect of the Bold Chieftain, right? And when you shout into a pack of monsters, oh, that's really hurting. You should be getting like 1 second per enemy, even with a min roll. But if it's not doing that, then I guess it could be bugged. I've not had that problem myself, and I've not heard anybody talk about it, so I don't actually have anything for you, I'm afraid. All I could recommend doing is perhaps trying to get like a different ring and put like a Bold Chieftains on a different ring and see if it applies then. Maybe like something is weird with the ring that you have and the aspect that you're using. Use process of elimination to find out what's causing the issue and then go from there. That's what I would do, but I've never heard of the bug, so I probably can't help you all that much, mate. Wish I could, honestly. Yeah, rip the pieces here. Blue. Indeed. All right. I go to trash pack, use one, and the second one literally go 0 CD goes down. I've got a martial glyph and also reducing this one works. But not this is second. You don't, it doesn't apply to all shouts. It only applies to the shout that you use. Thank you, Paulie. I appreciate it, mate. What's this you said? From good friends and true, from old friends and new. May good luck go with you and happiness too. Hey, that's cheesy. Get out of here. So like, Tomsy, when you use your shouts, what cooldown are you getting? Like, what is the numerical value? Like, how long does it say? Because the way it works is that Marshall will reduce the cooldown of your shouts when you use the other shouts. But Bold Chieftains reduces the cooldown of the shout that you use. So you won't see the number go down. It will just be lower. Like, if you can tell me, like, what like, when you use your shout in a group of enemies, how much cooldown do you have? Like, what's the baseline cooldown? I have a funny feeling you might be getting the effect of Marshall and the effect of Bold Chieftains mixed up. Because you can't see Bold Chieftain's work. Like, you don't see the number go down. It doesn't go like dunk 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 like when you use a shout. That's Marshall that does that. Bold Chieftains is just a flat cooldown reduction, so the number just starts lower. It doesn't like visibly move. Because like if you're doing your shouts and they're like under 20 seconds, then Bold Chieftain's working. Thank you, Fert. Oh, that's a big one. Got him. No, Tyler, this is my second. I have another level. I have a level 100 barbarian already. I'm leveling a second one for funsies. A seasonal barbarian. I have like 4 level 100s in total.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh my god, look at that group. That's going to be a big rupture. It was enough to reset the cooldown of my stomp immediately. Because what I want to know, Tomsy, is like what your cooldown reduction is. That will help me like understand what's happening. Like when you just cast one shout and tell me what the cooldown of that one is. Not a good dungeon. Dopamine tunnels. No, after you cast it, mate. Like, cast it into a group of enemies and then tell me what the cooldown is. You don't know who to play next, Tyler? Barbarian, mate. Easy pick. What do you mean? What do you mean? You get answers staring you right in the face, buddy. You gotta play the best class in the game. I'm surprised you even had to think about it. Is any of this shit any good? Core, basic. Ghost Walk, 22. What am I using? 25s? Fuck, bro. Well, there you go. It worked. It is working, Tomsy. Because if it's 23 seconds and you cast one shout into a group and it's 6 seconds lower. Yeah, see, I knew. I think I was pretty sure. What was wrong, Tomsy, is you got the how Marshall applies to cooldown reduction and how Bold Chieftains applies to cooldown reduction back to front. That's all it was. Hey, Sol. How y'all doing? Relentless Arms Master. Boom, 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 boom. I'm glad you didn't reset your whole Paragon board. That would have fucking sucked. Oh, man. Nah, it's all good, mate. Like, you're not the first person to do that. That's why I knew that was what you did.
All things have value, I suppose.
The forge is ready for whatever.
9. Wowza. Do you get silver for rings? I think you do, yeah. Give me silver, you motherfucker. Let's see. Dopamine tunnels. We don't do those. Forgotten ruins. Lightning storm, though. Stockades. Dopamine tunnels. Nose pick. Deep woods. Hey, don't worry about it, Tomsy. Don't worry about it. Happens to the best of us, man. Trust me. Like, I've done loads of stuff like that on stream as well. But it's good to figure it out, isn't it? I don't like deep woods either, Possession. Hey, look, the barbarian dying on Uber Lilith had nothing to do with the barbarian. It was all me. So there's a good reason I don't like this one, and it's because it doesn't actually have that many elite packs in it. So it's a pretty low XP dungeon. Like if you so I've come in here with no yellows in my bag, right? Oh, you know what I've done? Oh, boys, you know what I did? I fucking disenchanted a max roll limitless rage, I think. I'm hoping I sold it. I'm hoping I sold it by accident and didn't disenchant it. Fucking A, mate. Oh, my days. In just 2 streams, I've sold or disenchanted, salvaged 3 like meta max roll, like max roll aspects. I really gotta stop doing that, man. Like, what the fuck am I doing? I did it yesterday, Tyler. I sold 2 by accident yesterday because I marked them as junk. And I just salvaged a sword then, which had max roll limitless rage on it. Such an idiot, dude. So that's a max roll audacity, a max roll smiting, and a max roll limitless rage all gone in like, not even like 5 hours of gameplay, because I did the last one right at the end of the stream. So hang on a minute. No, let me see. I can tell you exactly. So in 2.5 hours of gameplay, I've accidentally sold or salvaged 3 best in slot aspects. Fuck me, that's more than 1 an hour. What's wrong with me? Not funny, shorty. I'm gonna need those at some point, and now I'm bloody got them. I've got to stop marking them as junk and leaving them in my bag. I got to like mark them as junk and then immediately like move them. Or just move them first, like. Like you can see I'm halfway through this dungeon and I've only picked up 3 yellows. Very bad. That's very, very, very bad. Oh my god, I just got chewed the fuck up. You can drop, that's what Woody does. If you DC though, they're gone. So it's kind of like if you put it in your stash, at least then it's like not gonna run away. It's like neither way is perfect. Putting it in your stash is like the ultimate thing. Like that's the. It's not very good time consume wise. But I'm not in a race right now. I think it's awesome the way you can like finish Rupture while running away. You don't have to like stay like there. I can run while it's still doing it to them. It's fucking funny as shit. I reckon there's one of these fucking guys way up here. You put a Maxwell Echo and Fury on a 3FX half decent ring. Oh no, dude. Yeah, that's not good. I've done some pretty tragic things. Like I've done some pretty bad like gear mistakes. But to be honest, like my worst mistakes are the ones where like I accidentally kill myself like walking into the Uber Lilith room on my level 100. Or the second time I did it. Or the third time that I did it. He dropped 2 yellows. That's cheating. You know, after saying I didn't like this dungeon, I got like a really good one here. It's like had loads of extra mob packs in it, like malignant enemies, chest guardians, double dropping yellows on the tree bones, which you don't get very often. Standard stuff. Just trying to make me look bad. Where is this last bloody tree bones, motherfucker? GG. Wow, I've done so many nightmare dungeons and I still haven't hit a fucking level 15 glyph. What the fuck? Yeah, that wasn't such a bad run. I'll give it that. This is a much better helmet now. But rolling max life is a fucking nightmare, so screw that. There's a smiting, not as good as the one I needed, the one I sold. Crit, rend, and strength. That is really, really low roll crit. I'm wearing regular legendary gloves because they like max forward attack speed and crit. And that's really important. 10,000 isn't that high. Chunk. I mean, I think pre nerf, mine was like, what was it? It was like 14,000 base, and they reduced it by like 30%, which is around about 10k afterwards. But yeah, it's possible. Like, it's very possible.
Well struck. Came apart nicely.
Well, chieftains are so rare. They are very rare. At least the one in the codex actually fucking works though. It's insane. Excuse me. Dang it. Oh, Jesus Christ. It really smoothed out barbarian leveling quite a bit. Like, at least now there aren't those like situations where people are like looking for one until they're like level 99. Because I've seen that happen a fair bit where like people legit like just don't find one from like 1 to 100, which is pretty brutal of the game to do. I don't really care about that. Heart, I don't like devious hearts. They don't do anything good.
Not ready.
Oh, excuse me, guys. Yawning like a crazy person. Kind of overslept a little bit today. I stayed up all night catching up with Jujutsu Kaisen. For any anime enjoyers out there. Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 seems pretty legit. When did it drop? What, season 2? We're 5 episodes in. Hey, what's up, Biko? How you doing, mate? You watch Dragon Ball, One Punch Man, and Bleach? The classics, mate. The mainstays. I watch I watch much less anime than I used to, but right now, like, I'm keeping up to date with Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, yeah, like My Hero Academia, One Punch, if they ever release season 3, and One Piece. And One Piece is getting fucking insane. I started re-watching Bleach in order to like I haven't watched Bleach since it like came out in like 2014. So though I remember like, you know, most of what went on, it's kind of like all of the finer details are gone. So I started rewatching it. I'm like 70 episodes in, and I'd imagine at some point in the next 2 years I'll catch up. How come some rings don't have any armor? Rings don't have armor. I live in Korea, Biko, but I'm from the UK, mate. But yeah, South Korea. Oh, you meant One Piece. Sorry. You have a full Dragon Ball sleeve? My dude is gangster. Head to tippy toe in drip. I would love to get some anime tattoos, but I don't know. I've not too. I have a tattoo, but I'm not like super huge on them. You have to socket the hearts. Yeah, that's right. But the hearts have armor, not the rings. Maybe I took that a bit too literally. That's how I do. Can that guy come over here? There we go. How long have I been here? Like 3 years, but like there was like a 2-year gap in the middle. I was here for like 1 year, then a gap, then 2 years. It's not a silly question. You're more than welcome to ask. Yeah, it would be kind of gutting if like I was just the wrong streamer and it's like, no, dude, I live in the UK. What do you mean? Fuck, I could have done that. Could have just said like, no. Big. I'm too barbarian. Were you born in the UK? Yeah, dude, I was born in the UK. I'm from Cornwall. Yeah, I get that a lot. Like a lot of people would have no idea where I'm from. You have? I feel sorry for you, mate. I was born and bred in Truro. Oh shit. Would be nice to go back sometime soon though. I do miss the countryside. But I think like I basically grew up on the internet, so my accent's kind of like a mixture of everybody I used to talk to online. I'm an internet baby. Not far from where your best mate lives.
Not ready.
What town? You know, Cornwall's a small place. It's probably a pretty good, pretty good chance if they're from Cornwall. I might actually have a rough idea of who they are, depending on what town they're from. There's one thing about Cornwall. It's like, even though it's like super small of low population, like things like public transport and stuff like that are such a pain in the ass that most people only know people from like the couple of towns that they hang out in. Penzance. I do know a lot of people from Penzance. You can live in the countryside? It's lovely, mate. Vulnerable? No. I mean, you know, Truro is technically a city. It might have like... It has like a population of like 16,000, but it's a city. It's got a cathedral. Fucking big cathedral. Hang on a minute. I just scanned over these two quickly for my brain to soak in what I was looking at. All of the ancestral echoes. No. He's saying is the reason why I'm not there. Countryside, low population, slow transport. Yeah, to be fair, if you're like a young guy in Cornwall, you best get along with like the 5 other people your age in your like local town or village, because that's gonna be your friend circle. And if you don't fancy the one single girl in town, well, rip bozo. Get used to being single. Oh, I'm out of death evasion elixirs. But yeah, the public transport is abysmal. Probably like one of the things that makes it so bad to live there
Not ready yet.
is you can't go anywhere. Very frustrating doing anything. Very drop any non-sacreds. Good night, fiery mate. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Have a good one. Catch you on the next one. 51 in million. I was thinking like 200. 200 is more like Japan. Korea is a pretty small country. Biko, it's not particularly big. However, over half of the population live in Seoul. So it's very dense. The populace is extremely dense in the city. So, you know, Seoul's actually like, it depends on how you're measuring it. But Seoul is in the top 3 most populated cities on Earth.
This I can tell.
Like, it, depending on how you measure it, if you're like measuring like just like the city or like the greater city area, that's what makes the difference between whether it's like first, second, or third. But by like most metrics, Seoul is definitely in the top 3, and a lot of the time like the biggest and busiest city. Like Tokyo, London are like the other 2.
Forge awaits your return.
There's 25 million people in Seoul. Well, maybe move to Korea? Not made me. Yeah, what who made me?
Need something blessed?
Originally, I came here to learn the language. I was obsessed with like Korean history, Korean like culture, not just like pop culture. Obviously I like dabbled in like pop culture, but I'm not one for music, like generally speaking. So the cinema, love a lot of Korean movies, Korean fashion as well. Kind of one of the first things that got me interested in Korea was like all of the cool ways people used to dress here in like the early 2000s and stuff. But yeah, I came here, thought I'd learn the language, have an extended holiday sort of thing. Ended up meeting my girlfriend here. And long story short, stayed. Living the life, mate. How's the terrain there? Mate, it's all mountains. I think the Korean peninsula is something like 70% mountains. They're not like Kilimanjaro or anything, but, you know, they are mountains. But I mean, I can look out my window and see a mountain. Actually, there's a saying, no matter where you are in Seoul, you can see a mountain. And it's true. You can absolutely see a mountain from absolutely anywhere in Seoul. Because Seoul is built within a basin. So it's legit surrounded by mountains. And there's a lot of famous mountains inside of it as well. Gorgeous to see, a nightmare sometimes, not always. I love mountains, man. Keeps you fit. My university that I went to was on a mountain. Really pretty, really scenic. He was born in Seoul but moved to the US? Recently or like a long time ago? Full South Korean blood. Got a thoroughbred. When you was 8? Must have been a while ago. I don't know how old you are, but I'm assuming that was a while ago then. You got scammed, mate. Just come back to Korea. I really like it here. I think it's a great country. Has its problems, everywhere does, right? I'm not gonna try and tell people it's like the promised land, but for me, of all of the places I've lived in the world, this has been my favorite. Okay. Again, if you guys haven't visited, visit. Visit. Seoul is like one of the few cities that, like as a tourist, you just don't get absolutely, like, just fucked by everybody. I find that traveling is, it's very hit and miss with that. Like, depending on what cities you go to, when you go, where you go, right? But sometimes, the thing that ruins like things like traveling for me is like tourist traps. Obviously, like people trying to take advantage of the fact that you're a tourist. That really grinds my gears. But in Seoul, it's just so uncommon. It's like super uncommon to have any issues with that. The taxis aren't trying to rip you off every 5 seconds. You're not being like hassled walking down the street by like every street vendor going. It's a very like calm and conservative society. Even within Seoul, you can just like, you can go to the tourist spots and just be perfectly like fine. Like you can go to Seoul Tower, you can go to Gangnam, you can go to Lotte Tower, you can go to like wherever the fuck you want to go, right? And people just let you be there. Like you can just like almost forget that you're a tourist and just enjoy being in a different country, wander around, pick things that you like the looks of, rather than have some fucking idiot screaming in your face about how they're selling the best socks in town. I hate that shit like that. The Philippines, Japanese, Philippines, and Koreans feel ultra relaxed. I feel like Japan, as long as you don't go to Tokyo. Or like as long as you don't go to Shinjuku or Akihabara. Those were like living, like those two places were like living hells for me. I hated it. I liked like outskirts Tokyo where I was, I don't remember the location where I was staying. Or like, I think they're called wards. But I really enjoyed the ward that I was staying in, but I absolutely like hated Akihabara and Shinjuku, which are like two tourist hotspots. Couldn't walk anywhere without somebody trying to get you to go into a strip bar or like to a maid cafe. Also, a pigeon shout at me in Shinjuku. So I was fucking fuming. That definitely made me not like it. Yeah, that's my fucking eyes hurt from looking at that one, bro. I like mixing with the natives. I hate how Brits go on holiday and then go Mackie D's. Bro, you gotta try the Mackie D's in Asian countries, dude. They're off the chain. They're like completely different, but I do get what you mean. I always thought the same thing about all of my Korean friends. I lived in Dublin for a short while, like a year. And I had a lot of Korean friends there. And they would spend all day just like together with like only their Korean friends at their house. And then they would go to like the Korean market, have some food, and then go home. I was like, you're in a different country, guys. I was like, let's go, like, you know, see some Irish stuff. But they're, like, super uncomfortable and just wanted to stay, like, in the little close Korean circle that it created. And you see people do that abroad as well, like, in every country from, like, every ethnicity. Where it's like, I'm the complete opposite. I travel alone, by myself. And I just don't like anybody bothering me at all, actually. Native or not. I don't like people talking to me. I don't like interacting with people. I like just having my own little experiences. There's only one person I like sharing things with, and that's my girlfriend. Like, anyone else can just kind of, like, leave me alone. You guys are fine, though. We're cool. We're cool. But, like, randos, like, out in the street, man, fucking annoy me. Religion, I've been here for like 3 years. Better than their own food? It's not better. No, sorry. Like, Mackey's isn't better than like Korean food. Don't get me wrong. But there's like regional specials. And it's like crazy out here. Like McDonald's and Burger King is selling things that you never even seen before. Like, it's wild. Some of the stuff you can buy. Actually, let me bring up the yeah, I'll show you, actually. I want you guys to experience firsthand Korean Burger King and some of the nutty stuff you can buy there at the moment. Alright. I think you'll like this. Burger King. I'm going to have to write it in English, but I'll bring up the Korean one. So let's see what's on the menu. We got the Diablo Whopper. Special product. Let's see what we got. Hello Diablo pack. Google Translate. What is that? It's the Omelet King. Oh man, that looks weird. This is not good. If I could stop it from translating. Let's see what they got on today. So they have these Guinness Whoppers as well. Oh, this is the monster. So this one has like a chicken burger, bacon, and cheese, as well as like everything else in it. That's a monster as well. They also sell, I wonder if they have it here, the quad stack. That's shrimp in a Whopper as well. Chicken burger. I like how they just like slap everything together. I love that about them. They just stick every possible conceivable ingredient together in like one burger. Fried shrimp. Oh yeah, you can get like coconut fried shrimp, rice balls, a couple of sides. Actually, they haven't got many specials on at the moment, which is kind of depressing. Where's like the quad Whopper? I guess they stopped doing it. That's a shame. I know about McDonald's. Every now and then though, like you just get the craziest stuff. I want to try and find if they got like any of them. Like the quad stack Whoppers, which were like 2,000 calories a pop, were crazy. And this is Korean McDonald's. Burger. Changyong garlic beef burger. I guess that's like fried garlic. They look so thick, but you know they got mozzarella sticks in the burger as well. I love that. Just chuck them in, boys. Just stick them in there. Bulgogi burger. This is egg and bulgogi. This is nasty. Supreme shrimp beef burger. Man, they mix everything together. They had a green tea pork one, which was really good at one point, and I guess they just don't do it anymore. McLunch, McMorning, McDelivery. Size and desserts. Got anything good here? Cajun beef snack, McWings. Oh, and here's another thing as well. Burger King and McDonald's do fried chicken here in Asia. In England, that just was never a thing. They don't do them as much anymore. You used to be able to buy like full like KFC style buckets. But that's really tame actually, just like the shrimp stuff. There's no special promos on, but every now and then there'll be like a promo on and they'll sell like super wild stuff. One of the letters looks like an empty shopping trolley. Hey, thank you, Drew. Appreciate it, mate. Yeah, those burgers are heavily edited, man. They are giga edited. You don't trust marketing in Korea. I was just talking about this with my girlfriend yesterday. We were saying that like cause she's been to like England and everything with me, and we were talking about how it seems like the advertising in Korea is like 10 years behind the West, where they're still kind of like getting away with like really bad misrepresentation of products. And like everything is like super cheesy and heavily edited and you know marketed like almost like they're marketing like almost an unrealistic item. Like when they show you like moisturizers or something for like your face, right? They'll be like advertising a face wash, and the woman that they use in like the advert is unbelievably photoshopped, like unreal. Not a single pore in their skin. I know the West is bad for it, but we stopped doing like the crazy obvious stuff a little while ago, and like advertising is a little bit more, I would say, restrained. I'm not gonna say it's like authentic, but like Western marketing is not quite as on the nose. Like, you know, we don't advertise like our beers with loads of sexy ladies anymore, but that still happens here. It's like, drink soju. It will make K-pop models want to be with you. So just crazy stuff like that all the time. Tempting Fate. That's a really bad one. Hey, DB. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Anytime I've gone to McDonald's, it's been an angry person behind the counter, and my meal always looks like I got kicked around first. Actually, I got a lot of respect for fast food chains out here. They do a really good job. Like I know what you're saying, because like it's the same like in the UK. Like you order like a Domino's pizza or something, and it's like gone 12 rounds of Mike Tyson before arriving. But I feel that in general, a lot of people take their jobs, even like their entry-level jobs, a little bit more seriously, and have like, I don't know, it's not like passion for what they do, but they try to like perform well. Like they have more respect for the workplace, I guess. Like they're not as happy to let like a burger that's been stomped on go through. I'm not saying like they look like they do in the pictures, far from it, but like food is like better on average in its quality than I would be used to in the UK. And like one of the things that I like around here as well is, despite being like such a huge city, right? They keep a record of like who orders from them quite a lot. So if you order from like the same chicken place multiple times, you'll like notice that you just get more and more chicken with every order, and then you'll start getting like drinks in your packages as well. Now that's anecdotal, but like I've had that happen, and it's just like a really nice touch. Because it's such a big city and these places get like infinite business, they absolutely don't have to do that. But that's really cool. I like that a lot. Like even with the franchises, because they're all franchises, right? They're not chain stores. So a lot of the time, the owners they have the autonomy to like give you some sort of like returning customer benefit, even though they absolutely don't have to, or probably should. Wow, I don't have a cheat death potion on either. Watch Strictly Dumpling on YouTube. Strictly Dumpling. It's that by any chance like one of those competitive eaters? I recognize the name. I think I know who that is. I have a funny feeling. Isn't it like a white guy who travels around Asia eating food? Strictly Dumpling. Oh no, Mikey Chen. He's not white. He's Chinese. I'm getting him mixed up, but I absolutely do recognize who this is. It's hard not to. I mean, 4.2 million subscribers. I've seen a bunch of this guy's videos. I got him mixed up with someone else there for a second, but I 100% know who this is. I actually have a funny feeling I've gone to places that he's gone to after watching his videos as well. I don't watch many of those food channels, but I've definitely seen that one. I've seen another one of like a white dude who does the same thing as well, and that's why I kind of like thought it might have been him for a minute.
Don't waste that.
But yeah, they do a pretty good job. And like I said, they have like just a little bit more respect. Just seems like the wrong word. But they're not happy to do a shit job. Even if it is McDonald's. I mean, Japanese McDonald's are like on a whole nother level. Like, those are like the best McDonald's in the world, I think. Same with like Korean KFC. Man, absolutely insane. The black label chicken from KFC in Korea. Best shit I've ever eaten from a fast food restaurant, I think. It's, I wonder if they're still selling it. Man, you guys have got me, like, looking at all of this right now. I'm definitely going to be, like, ordering takeaway today if I'm not careful. So, I wonder if they have the Pulak label. Yeah, there it is. This one here. That is the most succulent chicken you'll ever eat in your entire life. They have it in salt. Oh, that's the one there. That's the one, lads. This shit will blow your fucking mind. Like this is soy garlic KFC, but this black label chicken, they call it here Pulak Label. Pulak, yeah, black label, Pulak label, right there. It literally says Pulak label chicken in English, well, in Konglish. But this is like the sticky soy garlic one. My god, dude, so fucking good. I don't know what like cut like chicken that is, but it's so soft and tendy. Can you DoorDash some South Korean KFC right now? What, to my house? Yeah, absolutely, mate. No problem. I'll look after it for you. Just send it here. Man, I'm hungry, dude. This was a mistake.
Not ready yet.
Oh, damn. Case. Thank you for the 190, my dude. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, man.
I must wait.
Easy, mate. Getting old. Don't remind me. Maybe I can spend that on chicken. Oh, I've done it now, actually. I'm starting to dribble. I've had sushi and karaage chicken before the first time, the other week, and it shits all over KFC. Karaage chicken is really nice, but Korean KFC black label, holy moly, dude! Wait until you try it. And again, like KFC, like in Korea, is not the same as like what I'm used to in the UK, so I can't tell you if it's better than what you get, but it is definitely different here, and it's like way higher quality. You can even buy fried chicken skin, which I've never seen before. It tastes great, but you can feel your heart stopping when you eat that shit. Like, I think it's a side. Side. Chimkin nuggets. Oh, like chocolate egg tart, chicken skin. Here we go. So you can just buy like fried bits of chicken skin, and this stuff tastes like so good. But like you can absolutely feel your heart stopping as you eat it. Chicken skin, egg tarts. Oh, this is a scone or a biscuit. Rice balls filled with cheese, mozzarella sticks. I think that's just a lump of... Oh, it is butter. Well, I don't know what you buy butter for. I've never seen KFC that sells butter before, but there you go. They sell butter. Oh yeah, man, I love that KFC butter. Hey Aiden, how you doing, mate? I'm 40, I swear there wasn't such a thing as a reflection. I still think I was 21. I feel that way. It's weird, man. I feel like we must just be growing up slower than the previous generations. With any luck, we're all gonna live until we're 1,000. Technology's come a long way, I believe. That would be great. Actually, not a bad idea. I should just order butter from KFC and see if they'll deliver it. I'd like 2 butter, please. I'm murdering with the triple axe barber whirlwind, but I'm trying to max out. Yeah, an axe in every slot is ideal. A sword is fine, by the way. Like, a sword is perfectly fine. Mace, we definitely make, like, zero use to, but swinging with an axe is probably, like, that's the most important thing. It's, like, using the axe to actually do the attack with. And then you can use swords, absolutely. But 3 axes just pairs really, really, really well with the barber. 40s, nah, dude, the 40's the new 20 and 30's the new 15. Like, we're good. So I look at like a picture of my grandpa when he was like 23 and he looks twice my age. Like copium? Nah, it's true, dude. Just look at a picture of your grandpa like your age, bro. And you'd be like, he'll look like 3 times your age. Swear down. The world's changing. We're all living to 1,000. Oh my god. I'm fighting for my life right now. How different is Diablo 4 from Diablo 3? Yeah, it's massively different. Like from like the very foundation up, it doesn't really share any of the same end game mechanics. Like there's similarities. Like Nightmare Dungeons are kind of similar to Greater Rifts, but the combat is a lot slower, a lot more methodical. It's heavier. Enemies are the same as well. They're not quite as like crazy, but they hit hard and they telegraph their abilities a lot better. Gearing and everything's pretty different. It's very hard to compare them. They are quite different games in a lot of ways. So many so that it'd take me forever to even like come up with a list. But it's an excellent ARPG. And if you like Diablo 3, there is a very strong chance you'll also like this because it's, you know, it's in the same genre. They are very similar. I feel like it depends on how deep you're going into it. Like the combat is similar in the sense that there's a lot of like signature abilities that are in the previous games. Hammer of Ancients, Whirlwind, right? But they feel a lot different. Like there's no world in which I would accidentally boot up D3 and think I'm playing D4. But endgame's pretty light right now, Shockwave. I won't even try and lie to you. It's not exactly like you've got a million different things you can do. It is relatively light, but I mean, it's hard to expect too much on the first season. Hopefully they'll prove themselves in the coming seasons, but this first season, I would say, you know, probably about 100 and 150 hours in, you'll be done. Don't expect it to be a full-time job. You'll definitely finish the game. Oh, Paulie, you're off? Catch you later, mate. This ghost horse. I take him everywhere I go. You know you can get guaranteed 800s from T4 seasonal boss? Yeah, but they're like shit. You get like 3 of them and they could be anything. They could be blues, they could be like sacreds, and they can be yellows, they can be bollocks. You know. And not to mention, like, the keys to farm him are super expensive. You crazy. My horsey? Don't cash my horsey in. I have like I have like 20 of these. I have so many of those. Swimming in them. Practically. I have plenty of gear. Like I don't need to do it. It's like you have to use like so many in focus to like make a key just for a chance at like some maybe okay 800 gear, because you don't even get that much. You get like 3 pieces from him, right? And it can be blues. Better off just doing nightmare dungeons. The guy that's keeping those alive is doing a fucking excellent job. That tree's gonna be pretty big now. Not bad. What is going to change from my experience? They buff and nerf class only. At least they did for 10 years. I mean, they're adding like actual seasonal mechanics in this time. So the hope is like it's going to be like with, you know how the final season of Diablo 3 actually added stuff? Season 20, like not final, but the second to last one, like season 28 actually added in like all that really cool stuff. They should be a lot like that. I mean, this one was definitely different. They did add in like a new mechanic. It's just it was a bit lackluster. It's not quite up to the standards of the rest of the game, but also like it's not as up to the standards of like the rest of the genre. Like other games have, like, you know, Pacific Soft, for example, have much more interesting seasonal mechanics. So they definitely got to pull their finger out here. I mean, you guys, like, I'm not saying it's like totally bad to farm Farshan, but it's like, it's not that efficient. The chances of getting like a good piece of gear, like it might be a high item power, but item power isn't everything. And it's a relatively high cost to entry to go in. And you can get good gear from nightmare dungeons. Like, does it look like I'm having any trouble with damage? Like, you know, this... It's just as good. You shouldn't go breaking your back over trying to do Farshan for a like 1 out of 4 item power 800 sword or something like that. If you get lucky, fantastic though. That was juicy. Get me out of here. I'm stuck in here. I'm at a point in my build where slapping shit 15 to 20 levels above me, but you're such a glass cannon. The buff is currently killing me. The XP buff is currently killing me. I changed nothing except getting Barb an instant major power boost. The experience buff is currently killing me. Religion, you don't get any bonus XP for killing anything that's more than 10 levels above you, by the way. So if you're still leveling, it sounds like you're still leveling, mate. You don't want to be doing 15 to 20. Yeah. But you're doing content that you wouldn't get more XP for anyways. You'd be better off bring it down to 10 levels above you and then farm from there, because there's no bonus XP anymore past 10 levels. They've capped it. It was to stop power leveling, but yeah, like if you're doing that, you're making it unnecessarily hard and slow on yourself.
Not ready yet.
I'm gonna kill a tree bones. We'll find some bones made of tree.
I must wait.
You know, this place is massive. Oh, is it right in that? Come on, spawn already. Jesus Christ, took all day. Thorns, never heard of it. Terrible build, I've been told though. Wait, what? For us, mate, it'll be turning up like in the early mornings of the 9th. Like it's 3 a.m. the 9th of August for me. It's probably going to be like 4 a.m. plus for you,
Not ready.
depending on what coast you're on.
Not ready yet.
Yeah. So not actually tomorrow for me and you. The day after. Let's see who we got here. Wow, I didn't get any gear from that one. Holy shit, dude. My bags are empty. I got scammed. One-hand axe. Core crit damage over time. No. No. Nope. Physical damage over time, attack speed. Shit, no. None of it's any good. Get rid of that.
Come back if you need work.
T-minus 31 hours. Is that how far away? No, it can't be that far away, surely. Is it 31 hours away? That sounds like a lot. Oh, excuse me! Excuse me. Oh god. Oh shit. Can't be bothered with that bullshit. Get him dead. Oh, damn. Hey, Platinum Oreos, thank you for the Twitch Prime, my dude. Much appreciated. Legend. I tried promoting you in Rag Stream, but he didn't know who you were. Major rip. Oh. Well, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Don't promote me though. I don't think it looks very good for me. I appreciate the thought though. Ah, dang.
Not ready yet.
Oh man, that was thick. No platinum. This is just Rupture Rend, but Zero Shout variation. It's my own little concoction. I doubt I'm the first person to come up with this build, but we've just been kind of like freewheeling it, you know? Feeling out the build, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, and kind of we're just making it as we go. It's done pretty well so far. The damage is really, really, really good, which I'm very surprised about because we don't actually have Unbridled Rage. We're using Gushing Wounds, which is getting a pretty big buff. So that's going to be like really nice when that comes through, and so is Rupture. Yeah, I mean, right now it feels really good. It's going to feel even better when a fart sneaks up on you. Did something happen there with that one religion? Did we get a funny timing one? It's a bit like it's use Rupture, Bleed in Eternal. I think you're getting the buffs as well then. Yeah, you'll be getting the buffs as well. It's a really it's weird. There's like a lot of potential here if like there was a few other things that were changed. I feel like the damage is fine, but like for me the biggest problems with it, and I think you might agree, is like it's hard to hit lots of enemies at once. And that's like a real pain in the bumhole. I mean, my first Barbarian was Whirlwind. I still feel it's like the best leveling spec. But I wanted to try something new with this one. Tread through it. Let's not think about it, mate. Oh shit. I have a funny feeling Bleed is going to be pretty decent for Lilith after the buffs. And once, you know, I've given it a good honest try to make it good. First tier 50 cave on Eternal. Congratulations, Pepper. Big pumpin'. I just said if he had tried your Whirlwind build because it shreds and he strayed with his favorite class being Warrior. I'm not surprised, right? Rax is like, to be fair, he is a guide maker, and like most of us don't usually watch other guide videos. Like not in a we know better than everybody else kind of way, but literally just a lack of time to we just haven't got time to like spend off stream watching and following a guide. It's just easier to like freewheel it like I'm doing now. Show people the learning process. Is a big part of what I think makes the streams interesting. Is like watching the streamer figure out how the fuck to make what they're doing work. But I mean, that's absolutely fine. Like I'm not too upset. Like I'm very happy with like my awareness on the platform, or like people's awareness of me. For example, you know, I got a raid from Dat Mods yesterday. I got a raid from Dioxide like twice. I've been raided by Pawny. Asmongold watched one of my videos, dude. I'm chilling. Like, you know, Asmongold knows my name, so pretty big balls over here, dude. I'm actually 100% Mr. Billy Big Bollocks. I think Rax is lying though. I think he knows who I am. I mean, come on. I mean, look at me. Huh? Probably already forgot. You shut up. You don't take my dreams away from me, bro. Asman watched me. He did, yeah. He watched like one of my least well thought out videos I've ever made. So it was great. I did a completely off the cuff like a video like 2 weeks into the launch of the game. I was complaining about people complaining, and it was just a quick 5-minute like, you know, unrehearsed thoughts video. I just wanted to get it out there for, all right, well, you know, I just kind of want to put it out there. It's like, people are complaining over there being no end game, and it's just the preseason. Like, chill the fuck out, basically. And then, like, yeah, Asmon watches it, and I'm like, oh, no. He did agree with a lot of it, which is fine. I was surprised. And also, like, I watch Asmon. He's one of my preferred content creators, and I've seen his opinion of the game like develop, and you know, like over the course of his videos, the way he talks about it, he now like basically he literally says the exact same thing that I say. And that was the, you know, the point where I made my pinnacle point was, if you finish the seasonal content, then you can play another game now. Like, Diablo isn't supposed to be a full-time job. You're supposed to be able to complete it in a reasonable amount of time so you can play other games, right? And like Asmon wasn't 100% on board before, but now he is. Like, his opinion of it has changed. And so, you know, I'm pretty chuffed with that, you know? I wasn't talking shit. Good to see. But yeah, I mean, I never thought I would be like indirectly interacting with people that I've been watching for like decades. It's fucking crazy. And it's very humbling. Because I've been watching Asmongold's videos since like he started making them. What did he call it? I can't remember. It's called like the end of Diablo, or this is the end of Diablo, or something like that. I think I might have a link handy, because like I got DM'd it by like a whole bunch of people. I think I have it like to hand. Let me just set this guy off. I know a friend of mine, actually, funny enough, messaged me yesterday. Oh, fuck. No, he didn't. He just sent me a screenshot. Diablo Endgame is boring, I think it's called. Yeah, I think it's called Diablo Endgame is boring. Back in Mob, I watched. I think I first started watching Asmon back when Diablo 3 launched. Wait, are these guys? Oh, I didn't mean to do that stun. No, I never did watch that on stream. I remember watching it, and I was just like, man, I was so anxious. That was like big time for me, because I think the video got like 300k plus views in the end as well. So it was like a pretty good performer for Asmon as well. All I got was a ton of fucking shit, dude. The only people who came over to my channel were like super pissed off with me. And I got absolutely fucking torn to pieces in the comments. I think it's all part of the business, isn't it? But yeah, that was wild. Apparently having liking Diablo at that point was a very unpopular opinion to have. It still kind of is, isn't it? If you talk about Diablo in too much of a positive light, people start to come down hard on you. But I really don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's perfect. Far from it. And who knows, you know, maybe by like season 4, 5, 6, maybe it'll be like fucking insane. But if it isn't, that's okay too, because I just go play something else. Like, it's not a big deal. If I stop liking the game, I'm gonna go play another game. I'm not gonna get all angry about it.
I'm not ready yet.
First video you watched was how to be an elitist. Fit back in. Oh, I just read that. He did have some bangers back then. His guide videos were great. Bring back old Asmongold. Nah, old Asmongold would get arrested now. This game is super fun, but if it's not your kind of game, you can lose interest fast. That can be said of any game, right? Though, like if it's basically like, well, the crazy thing is people actually do that, right? They'll sit there all day and be like, I fucking hate Diablo. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna play Diablo all day. Like, what the fuck's going on there? Like, what kind of like demented lunatic sits there playing a game they hate all day? Just play a different game. There's loads out now. That sounds like Aswan. Actually, no, he doesn't play any. He doesn't play anything for much longer than like a day, right? He's a variety streamer through and through. Shit. I'm not a big fan of this stupid fucking rock. Me want Paragon Point, Gib.
I'm not ready yet.
Oosh. I don't even know like what I would want, like what I want for Diablo 4. What I would like to see, I'm not even sure. I guess like in a general sense, I'd like to see seasons on par with that of Path of Exile. But I can't really like quantify what that means exactly because I've not experienced too many or anything like that. And at the very least, like they may even have to go above and beyond that because I believe Path of Exile, like, they always have, like, at least, like, quite a few seasonal mechanics active at once, correct? Like, they'll have the new one, but then they'll maintain, like, some leagues that are, like, persistent. Or they'll, like, add in, like, old ones with the new one that kind of complement it a little bit. I believe things like Delve, Breaches, they're, like, those were seasonal mechanics that have now become, like, part of the core game. And Diablo would have to do something like that, I think, in order to, like, actually build out the end game. I'd definitely like to see more interesting gear. Like, maybe have uniques be a bit more powerful, be a bit more interesting. They said they don't want uniques to be like the best items in the game because they don't want, like, there to be too stiff a meta. I don't think it matters at the end of the day. Uniques or no uniques, there's going to be a meta. And Last Epoch and Path of Exile do an excellent job of making, like, everything feel good. Like, even if you do have to get, like, certain items for certain builds, people don't really complain about it that much. So they're doing something right. Definitely more Uber bosses. And maybe like a challenge mode, like not greater rifts per se, but some form of content you can push as far as humanly possible and get ranked on it. Like a survival mode, maybe. That'd be pretty cool.
I must wait.
Because I think Last Epoch have it. They call it like the arena. And basically you have to, like, survive like X amount of waves of enemies to complete it. But when you do, you get, like, really fucking good gear. And you can, like, influence the gear that drops. Like, every wave that you finish, you can, like, get like a +5 chance for it to be a weapon, plus 20% chance for it to be legendary, and stuff like that. So the further you push and, like, the higher you push, the more positive affixes you can, like, put onto the gear that's going to drop. And you can kind of target farm in a specific way. So you'd be like 50% chance to be a helmet, or add 10 helmets to the drop. Really cool stuff like that. It's a really handy tool. It's actually quite a cool system when you think about it. Like, incentivizes for the player to keep pushing higher and higher and higher. Risk reward, right? Something I think Diablo lacks massively. Risk reward. It's either all risk or all reward. It's never both, which is kind of funny. No, we don't really have them. They tried, but they don't really do much, right?
Not ready yet.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just gold. I look at them like that, actually. I just look at, like, when I get, like, a unique weapon, I'm like, ah, 400k, nice. I'll take that. Very good. Crit, all stat, nice, rubbish. How much crit chance on this character? 27.7%. So not a lot, mate. Not a lot. Some would be okay if the stats weren't like the opposite of what you need of any of the weapons even have strength on them. No. The best one is the Gore's Devastating Grips. They have attack speed on them. And Whirlwind is like one of the only abilities in the game that doesn't have any attack speed scaling, which is funny as fuck. Like, it'd be like putting like intelligence on this. It's just like, it's actually a useless stat. Like, why is it here? Get rid of it. Put anything else on. Actually, you know what? Intelligence would be more useful than attack speed for a Whirlwind Barb, because at least you get some broken all stat. The non-damage physical increase. Oh, non-physical damage increase. The funny thing about that as well, NQ, is like it only works on the gloves themselves, because the gloves do fire damage, right? So what they've done is they've just taken the damage that the explosion does and split it into 2 different modifiers just to take up more space. Where they should have just put that 20% or whatever it was going to be and put it onto the actual damage modifier. And actually pair it with an Azure Wrath, but an Azure Wrath is flat damage. It does fucking 0. 0 damage! All non-physical damage that the Barbarian does is through aspects and legendaries and is flat damage. Ergo, fucking useless. I think the highest flat damage item I've ever seen was like 8k damage. Like, if you're a level 100 and you're doing 8k damage with an aspect, you're just fucking not using an aspect. They need adjustments. Well, they actually said, Maxi, that they're going to be actually adding multipliers to them. So in the future, flat damage aspects will be scaling with our gear, right? But we don't know when. But that's going to be a fucking game changer right there. That's going to be huge. Because you'll have things like, you're going to have like Dust Devil Barbarian, right? You're going to have things like Burning Barbarian. Loads of really cool things are going to become like actually usable. It's like casting a whole lunging strike, not even NQ. Like on a level 100, my lunging strike hits for 80k. With 1 point in it. Right. Leapquake would be really powerful. Yeah, we're going to get lots of really cool builds come through when that happens. Whenever. But who fucking knows, right? Maybe like season 20? They didn't say when. They just said they were like looking into it and they are going to do it because they like, yeah, again, it's like one of those things where you look at it and you're like, how did this pass testing? Like they knew that we'd be doing millions of damage. Yet we got abilities here to do like 8k, 4k. Some of them even do a fucking 485. I'm just going toilet. Hello, I'm back. Garen hold, it's in this way. Just like real life, Bracky. You're gonna go from 35 to 48 and see if you can get back to World Tier 3. You should be able to do that in a day as long as you got like a couple of hours. It's not too much. Best of luck for you, mate. Best of luck. Don't rush too much though, you know how it is. Oh shit. I'm looking forward to when I get to level 80, boys. I have the best gear ever in my stash. Like, I have such good gear ready to go. Not only that, I have all of the uniques that I need as well. Just, it's all there, waiting for me to hit level 80. What's this? Oh shit. Bug. This dungeon's long and annoying. Fuck, there's a lot of blowy up, boys. Oh shit. That sucks. Luckily, I just stunned him myself, so I'm good. Wait, he's in the wall? All good. Is there a big power boost when you hit level 100? No, not really, actually. Your biggest power spikes are when you hit Sacred Gear in World Tier 3 and Ancestral Gear in World Tier 4. Everything after that's like a pretty gradual like increase. Like every time you add a new glyph, you get a pretty powerful spike in like character power. But you know that's a very gradual process, right? You know, working towards the Paragon nodes, etc., etc. And that's kind of a blessing and a curse. It means that like you're never gonna get outscaled by the content too bad, like you know in the world. That's not, you know, you're not going to walk into a dungeon and all of a sudden not be able to do it. But at the same time, there's like not as many exciting moments in the game as I think that the game could use. Like a popular suggestion or like opinion that a lot of people have at the moment, and I wholeheartedly agree with it, is that there needs to be like World Tier 5. You get to World Tier 4 and it's really exciting, but by the time you get to level 80, you're done, right? You've got all of your ancestral gear. You've got most of your Paragon board like on the go. You maybe like, you know, you maybe got one or maybe two glyphs at most left. And so there's not that much left for you to discover. There's still plenty of challenges for you to do, but there's not that much left for you to discover or build. And that's kind of disappointing. So I feel like World Tier 5 and maybe like a higher tier of gear, or maybe something, maybe not a higher tier gear, but maybe like, you know, even more uniques or ancestral onlys, whatever, right? It has been data mined per session, yes, but we have no idea when that's coming in. But they need it now. Honestly, I think they need to like get that shit out of the door right now. There's also another tier of gems associated with World Tier 5 as well. So like gems are gonna go up past flawless. I saw all of that in the like lead up to the game's official launch. I mean, it's data mine stuff. You never know. It might just be scrapped assets. But still. I feel like the game could really use that. Like another one at like level 85. I think that would be maybe 90. I don't know when would the best place to be would it be. But I can completely understand why some people get to like level 75, level 80 and they're like, well, I'm done. No, I'm done. I finished the game. They haven't really. They've still not killed Lilith or done a tier 100, but they haven't got any more like gear to get to. Like, it's so weird that Diablo gives, like, it literally just gives all the best gear away, making it not as rewarding to get. Like, you need, as much as like casual players will hate it, like, you kind of need a carrot on the stick, right? Otherwise, what are you working toward? You know what's coming when you compare Finality 3 to the recent one? It's just the gems, it's not that deep. I mean, the gem system's not broken at all, right? It's just like they allow you to upgrade them. That's all they're saying. They're called the same, like the tiers are called the same thing, right? And I think if you actually compare them, like D3 on the second month of the launch was an unplayable, bugged fucking mess with an auction house that was being exploited out the wazoo. Literally had pay to win, no content, and just generally wasn't working. It just wasn't working in so many aspects. Whereas D4 is actually relatively grounded. Oh my god. I need new gear, like, soon. Yeah, it is infinitely better. I think we can all agree that, like, if you compare like the games in the same like time of their life cycles, like it's not even close. The difficulty was fun. I like the changes. What, for Diablo 3? I think they took a long time to come through, right? That's kind of the general sentiment. I think D3 was a fine game overall itself, but like... yeah, what we were talking about, like comparing this to D3. I was kind of making the point that, like, if the games aren't comparable, that's basically what I was trying to say. Is Barb getting nerfed? It's getting a small adjustment that's not a nerf. A lot of people seem to think it's a nerf, but it's not. So currently what happens with the Barber and Boo is that if you apply Barber to a target, other people's attacks start getting absorbed, not just your own. So what they're doing is they are changing it so that the Barber proc is personal. It's independent to each character. So if you play by yourself, literally nothing is changing. If you play in a group, it means that you can't abuse the Barber anymore. So, I mean, big fucking whoop. While somebody else's barber was absorbing your attacks. Yeah, it's annoying as fuck, right? It's so annoying, but like there's loads of classes that don't use, or there's like, not loads, but there's classes that don't use the barber, and they get completely cucked by it, like when they fight a world boss. So I think it was a well-needed change. Jesus Christ. This is mayhem. These shamans playing the maracas non-stop, man. I hate that sound. That sound will haunt my nightmares forever. Motherfuckers. Honestly. They again just going to add more tiers of items difficulty and hope that they won't, but maybe some set items. I have a feeling that we will get set items at some point based on the language that they use about when they talk about them. Like, oh, we just don't know a good way to implement them yet, is what they're saying. So there may be a time where we do actually get them, but for now, not something we need to worry about, I don't think. But I like to think that they're not going to just like do class balances every season. Like they're already showing us, like with this first season, that they are going to be adding new mechanics that kind of change the way the game works. This is a very basic season, no doubt about it, but they're definitely showing some indication that they want to do something a bit more impressive with the game than they did with Diablo 3. And I think a really great example of this was actually the previous season of Diablo 3, the season 28, that added in like that new like separate talent tree system, all of the extra challenges around the world, loads of really cool shit. Like the last second to last season of Diablo 3 was really interesting, and that I believe is an indication of where they want to go with the game. They're just kind of not managing to do it yet, but maybe they will get their shit together and will start pumping out really top quality seasons moving forward. Could just be the nature of it being the first season. They're just a bit all over the place at the moment trying to get the game up and running. Maybe. Maybe not. Season 2. I don't know if it's season 2 will. A lot of people say like season 1 was going to make it and break it. Like every time a new season comes out, I feel like everybody feels like that, and then they start playing it and they just kind of forget. The amount of people like season 1's going to make or break the game, and then like the game's still fine, and season 2 will probably happen again, season 3 again. It's a slow bleed. It won't be until like season 8 or 9 until the game like actually dies, because there's a core audience of people that just love playing Diablo. There's also the silent majority, like 80% of the player base who couldn't give a fuck, mate. Like they're just people that don't watch YouTube videos, they don't watch streams. They're playing on their couch, smoking a bong and drinking a beer. Like they couldn't give a fuck, man. They're not even like level 40 yet. They've been playing on Eternal Realm since the game came out, and they're still like level 32. They didn't give a fuck, and that's most Diablo players. They just don't care. And it won't be until like literally a year or two down the line where all of like those people will start to notice and move away from the game. Like we're like the top fucking 5%. You guys just being in a stream makes you like single digit percentiles of people who give a shit about the game. We barely like us as a stream. us as a community on Twitch represent like single digits of the player base. I would love to see the player numbers though. I'd love to see the player numbers. I bet it's still really, really high. And smoke bombs and drink beers. I mean, surely we can do what you can do whatever you want, buddy. I'm just saying, most people are too stoned to notice how bad the game might or may not be. They just play game. They're just, yo, dude, killing demons, dude. Yar, dude. They just stick legendaries on without even reading the stats. They're just like, oh, dude, this is a legendary. Insta equip. Ah, Ryu, hey mate, how you doing? Yeah, it's my birthday, unfortunately. I'm streaming. I went out on the weekend. Don't worry. I don't want you guys to like think I'm just fucking, you know, no lifing it on my birthday. I went out on the weekend. I watched Barbie. I went for pizza and beers. I went for Barbie. It was a sick birthday. Enjoyed it a lot. And I rate Barbie. I don't care like how stupid it sounds. It's a pretty fucking good movie. It's like really good, stupid fun. Also Margot Robbie, so I mean it's a GG either way, right? You can't lose.
Not ready yet.
When I get wait. If I haven't said it already, happy birthday. And when I get a work, I will gift subs. You don't need to give subs, mate. I don't know what you mean by get a work, but it's all good, mate. Don't you worry about it, bro. Don't you worry about it. Nobody is obligated to gift anything. It's just my birthday, dude. I've had 30 before. You don't need to go too crazy. Margot Robbie is biz. She is actually. It's kind of funny because they actually kind of make that joke in the movie. If you go watch it, you would know exactly what I mean. But they kind of make a meta joke about Margot Robbie playing Barbie. Ooh, Ellie, thank you for the is it Ellie or Eli? Ooh, I don't know. But thank you for the Twitch Prime. I really appreciate it. Lily. Ellie? Wait, Lily. Oh, I'm fucked up. Ellie. Oh, right, Ellie. All right, it's Ellie. Right, gotcha. I see what we were doing there. Whoa, what the fuck? That's a lot. Oh my gosh. Oh my days, Ryu, my boy. Oh fuck. The whole chat just disappeared under gift subs. Holy shit. Hey, well played, dude. I can't see what anybody said. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, dude. Big dick. That was funny. I thought my like OBS disconnected for a second next. The whole chat just disappeared. Much appreciated, seriously. I'm gonna spend it wisely. I'm gonna buy myself some Diablo skins. I'll have to have a birthday stream tomorrow as well. This is working out really nicely. And the day after. Birthday streams once a week from now on, boys. Oh god, what am I doing? Language spirits or something? 120-hour birthday stream? Bro, that would be a fucking funeral stream at the end because there's no way I'd survive. tub stream. Yeah, streams on Kick every Saturday. I'm just fucking butt naked. No, I'm probably I'm probably not gonna do that, boys. Don't worry. Just kidding. It is actually my birthday. You can remember it, 7th of August. That is the date today. All right, good. Fucking hell. I was actually like, I've done that before. I've got like, I forget my own birthday. I've told this story before of the one where I forgot my own birthday. Now it's kind of like a trauma that's imprinted on my brain that sometimes like I forget what date it is. I wish they would have given Barb a throw weapon and chains is cool. I feel like an axe throw build would have been sweet for sure. I remember actually talking about that with somebody in the past. It could be that like it's a mechanic they want for somebody else. Like maybe if they like bring out like an Amazonian or a Paladin and they'll be like a mid-ranged like melee class perhaps. So the Paladin always has things like throwing hammers, right? Judgment, stuff like that, and yeah, you know what, like maybe they're just reserving it for another class, but like for the Barbarian it does work because I think we have throw weapon D3, did we not? I remember it being quite a fun build. I don't think anyone's played D4 while hot tubbing. Could be the first. I don't know why it needs to be me. I don't think you guys want to see that. Actually, trust me, you don't want to see that. That is kind of a Cornish pasty emote. Ooh, we have a treasure goblin. Fucker. Come back. Wait, why didn't he get CC'd? Camera froze? Timing. Hang on, let me grab that. Where are you? Bro, we need to buy me a new camera ASAP, A-Stream. Like, there's got to be something I get for click. You'll get the clicks, though? I thank you for your confidence in me, but... Oh, Voodoo, yeah, mate. Yeah. Dude, I got giga lucky. But it's not everything that I need. I need this. This is a build of uniques. This is a Penitent Greaves, Butcher's Axe, Fields of Crimson legendary build, unique build. So we're 33% of the way there. Because this is Creeping Death, and at the moment I only have 1 CC, so I'm not getting super good value from it. Woo! You bitch. Wait, which one's the defender? It's this Herald. Oh. Can I get a vulnerability? There we go. The chill, yeah. Penitent Greaves for the chill. I need as many types of CC as possible to increase my bleed damage. I always wondered if bleed does more damage overall. It's just you have to wait for it to apply. It definitely does a lot. No worries, View. Thanks for that, man. Seriously. I'll catch you on the flip. So, like, you can definitely do barrels and barrels of damage, but yeah, like, by the nature of how it behaves, damage over time is a pain in the ass. You have to wait 5 seconds for it to do the damage. But that kind of makes it really strong potentially for boss killing, because you're not killing the enemy, you know, in less than 5 seconds. Great. Lots of legendaries. What the hell? Oh my god, look at this. Big group.
Not ready yet.
I'm not swinging. Do I win?
Smells good. Don't spill too much though.
I kill this first pack because it's good and then just run away. Crowd control duration, we'll have to see because a lot of the stuns and stuff are either permanent, easily reapplyable, or what was I saying? Like, I don't know if I need it, DB. I've been thinking about it, mate, and I have a funny feeling they already last long enough that the enemy will be dead anyways by the time that they get out. Like, for example, there's no way, dude. That's the, like, I have 3 seconds to kill them. And so it probably won't be that good unless I'm pushing really high tier content. But I do wonder how CC duration increases apply to boss stagger bars. I've not done any research on it yet, but I'm interested to know if, like, if you stagger a boss with CC duration increases, do you stagger the boss for a longer time equal to your CC duration increase? Because if you do, that would be like the most OP shit in the world. Taunts last for like 20 seconds with the CC duration aspect, but what on planet Earth are you doing that takes 20 seconds to kill that isn't Uber Lilith? Man, if you're taking 20 seconds to kill a monster in a nightmare dungeon, you need to, like, actually equip weapons. Stop going in there barehanded. Let me ask, what's the point of Rupture? Let me show you. Let me show you what Rupture does. So see this group of enemies? I grab them together, I Rupture them, and they're all dying. So the interesting thing about Rupture, and I feel like this is probably like an overlooked mechanic of it, but that 20% bleed that you're talking about there, Uzila, is applied to every single enemy that you hit with it. So as you rip it through enemies, it does a 45% weapon damage bleed for 5 seconds as an AoE, like a pretty big AoE. But if you hit like 10 enemies, that's 450%. So it will fucking detonate like huge groups of enemies very, very, very easily. Not only that, you get a 5 second 30% attack speed buff as well. So it's really, really good for bosses.
Not ready yet.
Almost there. Makes sense. It's not like, yeah, it's kind of awkward to use, but it's actually very powerful. It adds to how fast you stagger. I thought so, Fudu. I wasn't confident enough to like assume. I didn't want to just like outright assume. It's like, oh yeah, this is definitely how it works, because for all I know, I don't usually play builds like this, so I'm still learning with a lot of you guys. It's a pretty nice sword. Edge Masters, pretty good roll. I'll keep that. I'll just put that on my weapon now, actually. That's pretty good too. All I have to do is not fucking sell these, and I'm good. I'm Gucci. Ring of Berserk Ripping, no bueno. Edge Masters again, min roll, so who cares? Rupture is also an execute, yes. But a lot of people sleep on it as an opener. Wait, what? They're not no, they're not nerfing the Barber. They're stopping it from interacting with other players. The Barber itself, for you, isn't changing at all. It's other people interacting with your Barber. It's not a nerf. It's a bug with it where other people get affected by your Barber when you hit an enemy. But like, yeah, like you should be using Rupture. Like, watch this as an opener. So you bring everything together, you stun it, you Rupture, boom. It just fucking gets melted. These are pretty bad enemies to show against, but they all have extra health. But still, you get the idea. And then you get 5 seconds of a fat attack speed boost to clean up anything that's left behind. True, Riser. Like, hang on a minute. Why am I not doing 400 million crits on the world boss anymore? You don't need the puddle, Nick. That's not the puddle doing that. That's Rupture, bud. You do use it. You absolutely use it as an opener, believe me. Because you open, boom, 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 30% attack speed, and then I just use it again. The puddle isn't what's doing the damage, it's enhanced Rupture. It's this. If I had another sword, I'd show you. But all of this damage that you see me doing, like when I grab the enemies, I sound Rupture, right, boom. That's just Rupture doing that. That's why you use it as an opener. Like all the time. Boom, boom, boom. Bam. Whole pack cleared. Easy money. Not to mention you get 30% attack speed. If you need it, you always need it. It's a fantastic buff. 30% attack speed's no good if the enemies are dead. Fuck at this little guy. Oh, look at these boys. Woo! Where's Underroot? It's in the so Underroot's in this Skosglen stronghold that's like right on the coast. Right on the west coast. Let me show you real quick, bud. Underroot is in here. Hang on a minute. It's in here. It's there. I don't have it unlocked myself, but that's where it is. Man, I'm surprised I knew that. I'm actually shocked I knew that. That's exactly where it is as well. It's nice. I use it, but the other attack speed if talented. The main perks opening with it also lay down the puddle. Yeah, exactly. It's like 2 birds, 1 stone, right, Nick? You get to do both. But I highly recommend using the Weapon Master's thing to get 2 charges anyways. So you can open with it, right? You get the 30% attack speed, even without the puddle. You go chop, 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 chop with the Ren, and then you use the other one to execute. So you just delete shit. Boom, get the fuck out of my game. Delete the fuck out of it. You should be using it as frequently as possible. You want to, like, if you have Weapon Master and good cooldown reduction, you can maintain the attack speed bonus permanently. I shit you not. You can literally maintain it permanently. It takes a lot of like getting used to though. It's not easy to do like casting Rupture every 3 seconds. I think this build is like really good for people who enjoy like an active playstyle. Nothing like, you know, they want to actually press buttons and shit.
Not ready yet.
He's dead. He dropped a knight in my head. Am I using Encroaching Wrath? No. I don't think I can find room for it. It's a good suggestion though, right? Your weapon mastery skills do like 100% more damage after you spend like 100 fury. Definitely a good idea. But I just honest to God don't know if I could even fit it in. Giggity giggity goo. Yes, this is a Gushing Wounds build. Oh my god. It was a nerf for Rupture, was it now? In what way? I wasn't aware of this. I didn't hear this. I don't know what's changed. Crimson gives you many ranks of Rupture, so the cooldown is very low and you can cycle between 2 charges a lot. Looking forward to the crit damage buff. I think it'll be fine, Nick, because with the 2 charges, you only have to maintain like a roughly like 6-second cooldown on Rupture in order to be able to maintain the Rupture buff like permanently. And I think with like decent cooldown reduction, Amulet, Helmet, and an Ancestral Crimson Fields with like +9 ranks on it, I think you'll still be under 5 seconds. I think you'll be like 5.5 second cooldown. So you're going to be absolutely fine. It's not actually going to make any difference whatsoever. It's just base damage. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, mate. That makes sense now that you say it. Nice to have a Bleed Barbarian connoisseur in here to clarify these things for me. Saves me having to fucking test them soon. Figuring out all this stuff that does and doesn't work. Ah, sweet. Drop your shit. Another one here. I'm gonna drag him in the corner. Wait, I didn't get him? Wait, I missed him again? Oh. Wasn't the CDR removed? It will be, yeah. But the ranks to... The thing is, the ranks to Rupture, they are also cooldown reduction. Because that's all that the ranks to Rupture do. They don't increase the damage, they decrease the cooldown. So the Fields of Crimson actually have just cooldown reduction to Rupture on them twice. Just as, you know, packaged as different stats. So we still get loads. Like +9 ranks, like that's insane. Like each rank is like 0.2 of a second. So you basically take 2 seconds off the cooldown with a max roll. Or just on the Rupture ranks, right? Look, 9 ranks of Rupture at 0.2 each has 1.8 second cooldown. So you still get some. You still get loads. Like you know what? You know how much that is? Like a 2-second cooldown on an ability with like a base cooldown of like 7 seconds. It's insane. Oh, that was really slow. You know, I wish there was an indicator, like a buff or something that showed me how much, like, attack speed I had left. Maybe it does. Maybe it is down there. I'm just not seeing it. So do you think that was just dev skill interaction oversight? That's disappointing to hear. I mean, a lot of things like don't work the way that you want them to, Fudu, a lot of the time. You can get +4 from helmet as well, +3 from amulet. Oh, bro, like if you're getting it on your helmet as well, it's overkill. Even if you're not running weapon master, guys, you don't need, like, you do not need a cooldown that is lower than 5 seconds. There's no point. You don't use it that frequently. I promise you. You don't sit there just doing rends, doing ruptures. It's an opener and a closer. Even the pool here lasts for like what, 6 seconds? So you don't technically need to even rupture. You technically don't need a rupture any sooner than once every 6 seconds. And it's possible to get like a sub 5 second cooldown even with like dog shit gear. So we're going to be absolutely fine. And the crit damage is going to be, because it's going to be like, I mean, if it rolls like a regular weapon, it's going to be like 40%, maybe up to like 50%, right? And that is a huge, huge DPS buff. That's like colossal, especially with the buff to gushing wounds as well. Bleed crit damage is about to be fucking insane. We're going to be doing lots and lots and lots of damage. With the pool stack, it wouldn't surprise me if they did. It's like another one of those things that nobody's tested, but I bet they do. They stack like crazy. You just have like 8 fucking Fields of Crimson Barbarians just all rupture a boss at the same time and just gets insta-deleted. Bye! You got 9 on Amulet, 10 on Helmet. I'm worried about after losing it on Crimson. 4.9, I guess it's going to be just over 5. I mean, yeah, you should be fine. 4.9. You have a lot more cooldown reduction than me, and it's barely even making a half a second difference. So I think you'll be fine. Like, I feel like I think you'll probably find that you'll still be under 6 seconds. Don't forget about things like disembowel as well. If you're using disembowel, like, you're definitely going to be getting under 6 seconds. I mean, I have a Rage of Harrogath and I have disembowel. Mine is actually like a 2-second cooldown when you take into account like all the enemies I kill with it. Bastion of Nightmare. Is this a good one, Bastion of Faith? I think it's the one I just did, isn't it? Have a good day at work, DB, mate. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. Not too sure if this is the one I just did or not. Yeah, well, I actually feel like the way I'm feeling, Nick, at the moment is I actually want to drop the Rage of Harrogath for a 4-stat defensive because I'm really squishy right now, and keep disembowel for the damage over time. Because I feel like, I don't know if I'm crazy, but I feel like damage over time scales really well. Like, I have loads of it, and it's just like my bleed damage just seems insane. I don't know if it's just like a placebo. Like, my crit damage is reasonable, right? This isn't crazy high. Vulnerable damage is basically barely even there. But my damage over time is 124. But it feels like it's scaling very well. I'm using... Bro, I'm using level 5 axe expertise. I'm legit, dude. Level 5. I need it. Oh shit! I need to get that up at some point. I need to actually increase that. That is super low. Oh shit. Oh. And that coffee hit the spot. I'm buzzing my tits off. I can't quite explain it, but my build currently, I'm getting way more damage running two-handed sword. Doesn't feel like it for me. 'Cause the way two-handed sword work, I believe, is 200% of the 20% of the direct damage you deal is converted to bleed. And I feel like I don't do a lot of direct damage because I'm like a full bleed build. Try it, switch to and from. It's the bottom part? No, that's with the equipped one, not with the technique. That's a big group for this dungeon. I mean, it didn't seem drastically different, but I need a big boy to hit to find out. I don't know. It's very hard to tell. Like, it looks very similar to me. It does look very close. Hey, Revenant. How you doing, bud? No, guys. This is for the weapon you have equipped. This is the weapon that you... This is your technique. They're separate, right? So when you have it as your technique, you only get, as it says here, like you can see, 20% 20% additive direct damage is inflicted as a bleed. Expertise, this is what you get for using the weapon. So I have this, right? I have this regardless, and I can prove it. Like if I kill an enemy, for example, increased damage after killing an enemy, increased bleeding damage after killing an enemy. The reason I have that is because it's the expertise passive for wielding a sword. So you get that for you get the expertise of the weapon that you're using, no matter what technique you pick. The only part of the technique that you get is the one that it shows you in the tooltip, which is the first part. Is that all of them? No, it's not.
Ready yet.
Let me try. I see what you're saying, Shorty. There, I'm gonna try and just hit an elite and see what my bleed hits for, and then I'll do it again. Wait, why am I hitting for nothing all of a sudden? Max Fury. Your computer shit itself earlier this week, and you was offline for a bit, but it's all good now. What happened? Had a hardware malfunction.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh no, I know what you said, Shorty. I want to test it. Wait, what the fuck have I done? Why is it like... it's not fair if if the enemy's not vulnerable, then it's not... I'm not seeing the vulnerable damage, am I? Oh shit, I hit him for like 20k that time. One, 7... 1700, 1200. 4k. It must have crit. Oh, bro, how am I ever going to be able to tell, boys? This is a pain in the knob. $1,100, but he needs to be vulnerable for me to get an accurate reading. Yeah. Okay, he's vulnerable. I haven't got any fury. Alright. Oh, wait. He's bleeding. That's no good. Alright, he's not bleeding. 8k. I crit. Fuck's sake. $6.9k. It seems lower. 15k, 13k, a crit. It's so hard to tell. Like, when it's this close, I'm probably just going to stick with what I know, like, with what I know, just for the sake of, like, not overcomplicating things. But I have, like, permanent vulnerable uptime, so it's all gravy. Play by feel? You have to play by feel. It's impossible. I wish there was better tools for measuring, honestly. I really do. These enemies are tough. I think they're very comparable. Like, I was like, from testing at this level, right? I can only like draw a pretty rough conclusion, but they didn't look too different. And things are usually immediately apparent. Dummy? Oh, bro, I would fucking love a DPS dummy. Don't even joke about that. Like, it's such a stupid thing in the game. I would absolutely love to have a test dummy where it's just like, okay, the test dummy has 10 mil health. How fast did I kill it? And it goes like, boom, it took you 12 seconds to kill it. You change your spec, you fight it again. Okay, this time it was 11 seconds. Cool. This means I am doing better. You know what I mean? And like, maybe they could have like a 10 mil, a 100 mil. I mean, fuck me, like, it's in World of Warcraft. Like, like, you know, you have like the elite dummy, you have the raid boss dummy. And you can just time it. You don't even need, like, I see what you're saying there, Riser, like, recount. You don't even need a DPS meter. You just want, like, a dummy that you can hit and then just fucking see how fast it dies. It's alright, Max. See, a lot of people are still confused about it because it's not properly explained in-game, honestly. A lot of people, like, honestly, it's the most common question I get on you. I don't know if you know, but like, I make a lot of YouTube guides, and I get maybe like sometimes up to like 100 comments a day, and about half of them will be like, why are you using the axe expertise and an axe at the same time? And it's because, well, you can use both effects. So you can get all of this plus this, but people don't know. People just don't know. It's like it's not clear. It's not that people are stupid, because if that was the case, it wouldn't be so overwhelmingly in like favor of people not understanding how it works. Unless it is the case, I don't know. But I don't think so. I feel like any like instance in where like you get more than just a couple of people ask the question, it's something wrong with the way the game's explaining it for sure. Nah, Tan, it's not just that. It's I make these mistakes too. Okay, I'm just trying to be understanding. I know the one you're talking about, Nick, right? But you can't kill it. You can just look at the damage numbers that you're doing. So in a way, you have to still eyeball it. So what you're talking about there is there's an enemy on the coast of the Dry Steppes, on the east coast of the Dry Steppes, that can't die. So when it gets to 0 HP, it just stays alive and stays at 0 HP. But the problem with that is you can only see your damage numbers. So you kind of have to like eyeball it. You're like, am I doing more damage? Well, it looks like it, but you know, you are guessing. But you are right, Nick. Like, it's good to know if people want to like see how hard they can hit. It's a good tool for that. But we do need like a decent target dummy. I think it'd just be such a nice addition to the game. Give people like an actual way to test their builds and then go, okay, well, this looks more powerful. Let's take it into a dungeon. A combat log? I mean, I'm like, I used to play WoW, boys. YouTube shorts. I remember seeing you in a video. In a YouTube short? Are you sure? What was the YouTube short about? I have made YouTube shorts in the past, but not on Dalkora. You see everyday players who think whirlwind scales with attack speed. Do you not remember what the video was about, Ryza? Was it about Diablo or was it about something else? I wonder if you came across my hobby channel. Okay, it was about Diablo. I used to make videos about living in Korea, but I disabled that YouTube account a couple of months ago. I was wondering if you'd happen to have seen one of those. What the hell's going on? These guys like brick. What was I saying? I was saying like I've played. So I was talking about. I played WoW for like 12 years, and I was a Mythic Raider, and I was a log whore. I'll catch you later, Marvel mate. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. As always, dude, and thank you so much for the gifted subs today, you absolute fucking animal. So I used to raid Mythic raids, and I took my shit like really seriously, and I was like a Warcraft log sort. I would log everything and go through like analytics of like people's performance, because I was also often like a raid leader, or at least like a class officer for warriors. And I would spend all day every day analyzing logs and like seeing exactly where people have gone wrong. I would use things like what's it called? Sim Simulator, which is like a DPS simulator for World of Warcraft that takes your gear and like simulates different types of fights and stuff like that. And I fucking loved it. I love simulation craft. That was it. Yeah, I would loved it, mate. I absolutely loved it. And I wasn't like the best player in the world on WoW either, but I mean, I was still, a couple of expansions. I got the Warcraft Logs All-Star, X-Raider as well. I raided up until I quit Mythic Prog on Castle Nafria. We were progging Mythic Donafrius, and we stopped. The guild collapsed, and I quit the game there and then. But I've got quite a few like cutting edges under my belts. I've got like every ahead of the curve, because that's like potato. All the way up to like from like fucking when they began all the way until I quit, and I got like quite a few cutting edges. But we cleared every mythic tier, maybe not always cutting edge, but you know, I was in a top 100 guild, so I wasn't exactly bad. But I spent more time in fucking Warcraft logs than I did in World of Warcraft. I shit you not. I loved it. So don't get me wrong, I would love that for Diablo. I would love that for Diablo, but I don't think they need it. We literally just need a set, like a fixed HP target dummy in town. It's such a simple fix. Just fucking stick this statue down here and give it 10 mil health. Or not 10 mil, but like give it like 100 mil health. It's so simple. It's so easy. Give me details. I want simulation craft for Diablo. Bro, that would actually be really good. You wouldn't even need with Blizzard's permission. You would just use the... You could get a snapshot of your gear from the API, and I know you can do that because otherwise websites like Diablo Armory wouldn't exist. So you just import the data from like Diablo Armory or like from the API into a simulation software for Diablo, and then it can just like sim your gear. But I don't have the know-how to do that. I have no idea. I'd have no idea at all where to even begin with something like that. But if somebody did that, I would actually, for the first time in my life, donate money to like, you know, like PayPal money to somebody. +2 ranks to rend, crit and overpower. Motherfucker. What does it sort? What does it do? It sorts everything by type and by item power. So like it'll do like armor. It does helmets first, and then two-handed weapons, and you can see they're in item power descending. Then one-handed weapons, gloves, boots, and so on and so forth. So it sorts them by type and by item power from left to right. So it can be pretty handy. If you get like loads of two-handed weapons, you just look at this one. You're like, all right, well, this one's shit. And you know this is like the highest item power, then the rest of them are going to be lower. So this one's like 595, that one's 676. What's it got on it? Deflecting barrier, devilish. Easy. Bastion of Faith. Again. Well, boss soon. I don't think I'm going to do it again today. I never do them, honestly. Too much PTSD involved. I died on the race to 100 to a world boss on the preseason. Makes me sad. You quit on the day default launch, Tan? You just been waiting for this one then. Just waiting. Okay, Pepper, I'll have a look. Sorry, mate, I didn't see it. Riser, play Baldur's Gate 3, bro. What do you mean? Wait, I don't see any weapon. Overkill. Are you on Overkill? Is an 800? Max roll on the death blow, too. What do I think about this weapon? I mean, overpowered damage, damage to injured, and crit against injured is LOL. Like, this weapon should be... This should be such a fun weapon, but these three stats are like... My even physical damage are dog shit. Like, it's absolutely fucking abysmal. Like, you've max rolled the legendary effect, and it's a super high item power, so I think maybe you can have some fun with this. But these, like, the overkill itself, these stats are fucking horrendous. Like, they're so bad. Like, they're super, super, super bad. Like, if, like, maybe, like, okay, like, so if you're fighting Lilith, and you have Walking Arsenal build, you could swap to this weapon when Lilith is below 35% HP and probably do some absolutely devastating death blows to her. But other than that, no, it's not particularly good here. This could be a lot of fun, but they need to fix that weapon up a little bit because it's, you know, it's a bit potato. And you want me to look at this weapon instead? 783 injured berserking crit. Bryce, you've not got too lucky here either. These two are not very good. So you know you need like the Holy Trinity: crit, vulnerable, close. What build are you playing, Pepper? Yeah, what build are you playing? Whirlwind. Well, you don't want to use Overkill then. Definitely don't use Overkill. This is better. But the problem with Berserking right now, Riser, is that you can't maintain the uptime with Relentless Berserker anymore. And that's because the Barber doesn't count your hits against it. So you can't proc Relentless Berserker. And otherwise it would have been fine, but yeah, it's a bit of a problem right now. It works well with Thorns. You re-rolled it to Strength. Strength's fine, mate. Strength's a good pick. It's not terrible, but like you definitely want to keep an eye out for an upgrade. Even if you have to drop like 20 item power or something. If you find one with perfect stats, it's like at least over like 750, I would go for it, bud. It'll be a positive DPS change. You don't Uber, no, mate. Once you're done, you're done. For the season, anyways. I didn't run Barber on my Barb till I stopped playing Thorns. Yeah, Barber fucks with a lot of builds and a lot of aspects for the Barbarian. It's both like the best and the worst thing in the game. I'm stuck? Oh, I see. I got the bug. You know when they stun you and you dodge, so it like makes you stay stunned for longer? Fun on a bun.
Not ready yet.
think that was enough enemies. Yeah, double screen's getting some love as well with the upcoming patch with Magnum Opus becoming better, and also with like double swing itself getting a 10% damage increase, which is actually a lot more than it sounds because they're increasing it from 40 to 50%, which is actually a 25% DPS increase. So pretty good. Where's the last Animus carrier? Alright, get them up, get them together. Boom. Ooh, Forgotten Sigil. There's a lot of new guys in here. You guys haven't seen my main barbarian, have you? My absolute badass barbarian. You know what, Fudu? Me too, mate. Me too. I can't wait for the flat damage aspect scaling to come in. Actually going to make the game a lot more interesting in many, many, many ways. But fuck knows when that's coming, boys. Probably like season 5. Any changes that happen next patch won't change the items you currently have now. Just to clarify on that, Riser, that's half true. So the legendary power, like the unique effect, will retroactively change, but the modifiers won't. So the actual stats on the weapon won't. But the legendary power, like the barrier change, that will go through retroactively. Just for clarification. You still definitely want the new one, guys. Like, but if you currently have like a temerity, it will get stronger post-patch. The same with any other legendary that's having the aspect power changed. But you won't get the modifier change. I know, you do. I just wanted to clarify your point a little bit, that's all. Like, you absolutely will want to get a new one ASAP, goes without saying. Because like the max health is like infinitely better than all stat on pants. And then add to the fact that the new unique power is going to scale with your max HP, and we're talking cash money, boys. Cash money. Get ready for a temerity meta. Like, I'm not even kidding. Next patch, as of like the tomorrow, I guess, we're all going to be wearing temerity. Everybody in the game, every single person, every spec. I don't give a fuck. Everyone will be wearing temerity. Ah, they're not trash, mate. They'll still be good. Like the effect is still going to be in, like the new legendary barrier effect is still going to be on. You'll just want to replace them with the new ones as soon as you can because you get more max HP.
Not ready yet.
What the patch will be on Wednesday? I'm in a different time zone to you guys, so like my tomorrow is like 2 days ahead for you because I'm in South Korea. So like for some of you, it's probably like still the 6th or something, or it's like the 7th in midnight. Sorry, it's like, yeah, it's like 1 in the morning on the 7th, but for me, it's like almost the 8th already. Because the patch actually comes out for me on the 9th. I get confused. Yeah, it's on the 8th. I just assumed it's the 7th for some of you now, or most of you now. So it should still be tomorrow. Technically. Oh yeah, but everyone's going to be fucking immortal. Like my main barbarian, my level 100 has 20k HP, and I'm not even spec'd into it. Like, I don't even have HP on one of my rings. I could get up to like 22, 24k HP with very little changes to my gear and to my Paragon board. I just need to move a couple of things around. So I'm going to be like rocking like a fucking 18k barrier, boys. I'm going to have more barrier than some people have max HP. Actually, you know what? Let me rephrase that. I'm going to have more barrier than most people have HP. I wish Nightmare Dungeons didn't get nerfed. In what sense do you mean? Like the XP for killing monsters that are higher level than you? Or the bosses? I'm not a huge fan of the boss changes because I'm a barbarian and we have the worst single target in the game. But, I mean, it's a small price to pay for much better mob density. Just fucking, when I get to a boss, I'm just gonna leave. Oh, the difficulty change. Oh yeah, tier 100s are a joke now. Well, in comparison, they're still pretty hard for a lot of people. Not to like minimize like the difficulty for people who don't play the game 10 hours a day every day of the week. But compared to like the old 100s, they are like significantly easier, yes. Hello. Overpower damage, LOL. I strictly play Barbs. Do you have your builds? I have loads, mate. I have loads. Exclamation mark build. I got a YouTube channel with like a maybe like 100 Diablo videos on it. I was fresh level 100 Barb and did a tier 100 as soon as I hit 100. Me too, basically. I did a tier 100 and I treated it like it was a tier 50. I just speedrun it. I'm not even kidding, dude. I didn't change nothing. I went in with my speed farming build and just blasted it to smithereens. Oh god, what have I done here? This annoying idiot gonna TP away. Nailed it. You're dead. You go in here. I'd interact with Starlight. Not yet, Voodoo. I don't know if barrier generation counts as healing. I'm going to head and I'm assuming that it does not. Otherwise, like, that's going to be like not only just like infinite life, but infinite fury. Like, that would be dumb. But hey, it won't be the dumbest thing I've seen in game. So it's the first thing I'm going to test. And for context, for anyone who's wondering, Starlight is a like a ring enchant, a ring aspect that grants you like, I think it's like 35 or like 40 resource every time you heal 25% of your HP. And the way that Temerity works, it allows you to spam health potions because overhealing is then converted into barrier. So you can spam health potions even if you're at max HP. And it also gives you like increased HP and also a chance to heal on hit. And a lot of people have been wondering, like Voodoo here, whether or not that healing can then proc the Starlight to give you like every time you press health potion, you're basically going to get full fury. which is going to be, if that works like that, holy shit, dude, that's going to be busted. And I think everybody's already going to be using temerity, but like if that happens, everybody's going to be using temerity. Not a single person would not use it in that case. Be far, far, far too powerful. You could test it now, though, actually. I don't own a temerity. I haven't had one drop yet. So if you have a temerity, guys, and anyone's like willing to spend a little bit of gold to figure it out, if you could whack a temerity on, get a starlight enchant on like a random ring, and then just like heal yourself and see if you get fury. I think that was the last track. I gotta put some new music on. If we get it, guys, fucking nobody say anything, all right? Don't mention it to nobody. We all want to use it to kill Lilith, and then I'll make a video and get it nerfed. Okay? Deal? Deal? So we'll get everyone in chat. We'll get a kill, and then we'll make the video afterwards. Get 1 million views and get it nerfed. Fucking sorted. Nice. Deal. Exactly. Alright. Where am I going? Forgotten Ruins. I swear I've been doing this dungeon all day. Alright, sorry guys. Birthday messages. Just gotta respond to them so I don't seem like an ungrateful shit. It's like the one time I talk to my family, like once a year. I'm bad, dude. I'm bad. I don't know if I'm crazy, because I feel like a lot of people, they're surprised by like my ability to not notice the passage of time. Like, I can see a friend that I haven't seen in about 5 years. Thank you, Chunky, mate. Okay, that sucks. I mean, that's to be expected. I can see a friend that I haven't seen in like 5 years, and to me, it just feels like it was yesterday that I seen them. There's no awkwardness or anything like that, even though it's like, it's a great deal of time. And I'm like the same with my family. I can like not talk to my parents for like 6 months. And not even, like, notice. And it's not, like, in a mean way. I just don't notice. And I've lost a lot of friends because of that, actually. Like, because I don't see them for, like, 3 years. For whatever reason, right? Maybe, like, I live in a new town, they live in a new town, or I've gone to school. And then I, like, hit them up like nothing's happened. Or, like, just, like... whatever it is. And... they're like, bro, I don't even know you anymore. I think one time when I went to university, I didn't see my parents in 2 years. And I only lived like 50 miles away. But it's not intentional, I just don't do it. Is anyone else like that? Am I like actually demented? I go see a doctor? Why can't I cast anything? Is this resource burn? Son of a bitch. I'm sat here like, why can't I attack? You ever seen them in 3 months? They live up the road. No, it's not just me. That's good to hear. I always find like when I tell people about that, they're just like for example, I haven't actually seen my parents in about 2 years so far. Again. But I'm in Seoul, so I actually kind of have it's gamer syndrome. Is that what it is? I don't know. I feel like this still happened when I didn't play video games. Because I do the same thing with video games. If I stop playing games for like a week, I forget about them entirely. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. But I found that like I always seem to be like the minority. Like I don't feel like the time has passed. I don't feel like the relationship with the person, whatever it might have been, friend, family, or whatever. I don't feel like a disconnect there. I still feel like very much the same way I felt about that person 5 years ago. And I can meet a friend that I haven't seen in 5 years and go for a pint, like no problem. Like I said, no awkwardness, no resentment for not having, for them not sending me a happy birthday message or anything like that, which is like, topical for today. I just doesn't bother me. Like if somebody doesn't wish me happy birthday, I don't lose any sleep over it. Because you know what? I didn't wish them happy birthday neither. So it does, like, it's it doesn't matter. I think I have one friend who's like that though. I do have one friend who's like, we meet up like once every 4 years and have the best fucking like week, we went out in Tokyo. The last time I went abroad, like 2 months ago, and we just had a fucking blast, dude. We hadn't seen each other in like 4 years. I guess that's it, shorty. Them's the real ones, right? I just think it's strange though. For me personally, like I don't like. Like it's more common for people to like feel like you are as a stranger after like a certain passage of time, and that just doesn't happen with me. And that's why like I brought it up. I guess 'cause I'm just noticing like today with all my family coming out of the woodwork and messaging, I was like, I haven't heard from some of these people in like multiple years. Where am I from? Oh, I'm British. I'm from a little place called Cornwall. I know a few of you know it. It's like the southwest of England. It's all countryside. It's cows and tractors. Cornish pasties and clotted cream. Ooh! There's one more knocking around somewhere. There he is. Ooh, that's a... I mean, I'll drink tea with a pinky. I'm fancy. You can tell, right, by the way I speak. I'm fancy. I'm a country dandy. Still more left. Fuck. Why can't I CC? Won't be long until World Tier 4, lads. Sometime tomorrow, I suspect. You'd kill for a... Don't even talk... Bro, I was talking with Princess about this yesterday. And, like... We got on the Cornish pasty topic, and I had the pictures up and everything, dribbling, and I won't be able to eat one for like maybe until like next year when I go back to visit the family. But I am planning to do at some point. If you stay being a silly responsible point you were in school, people will still recognize you as that after 30 years. Oh, bro, I was a fucking spaz in school. I was like I had like 0 social skills, which might surprise a lot of you here, but I was like just outright It's just an outright spaz. And that's probably an image I'm quite happy to be done away with. So maybe not knowing people from that far back is a blessing in disguise.
I must wait.
Where am I going? What am I even putting in there? Territorial? I'd imagine territorial. I want to come across there, get those dexterity nodes. Those would be very useful for me. Take that. Why no grab? Why no grab? What the fuck's going on? Oh, the trap was stopping them. I feel like it should just pull them over. Oh, damn. Shorty. Thank you for the gifted sub, my dude. Congrats to Uzilia. You now have the most handsome emotes on all of Twitch. Use them wisely.
I must wait.
I want to collect them all up. Of course one of them's behind me. Goes without saying. Oh shit. There's all kinds of crazy stuff happening right now. Trying to make the unpopular builds work. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. I really appreciate the 1,000 bits, dude. Thank you so much. You guys are being too kind today. I'm starting to blush. Actually, I'm dying to go toilet again. RIP. I'll be right back, boys. Go in toilet. Hola, amigos. The kid's bladder strikes again. Alright, cooldown reduction. Okay, no good. Hammers? I think my hammer's good enough that I don't really want to bother replacing it. Same with my one-handers. Smiting, no good. Wind lashes, no good. Fuck me. Wow, I've only got 3 stats. Sheesh. That's not good. Damage reduction from bleeding. Charge. Come on, man. Why is it so hard to find a decent pair of pants? True. Alright. Is that a dead man's? Oh, that's beautiful. Drop the 13. Stockades. We don't do that, no, anyways. Alright, well, okay, well, that just happened to be a nice coincidence. Shifting City. I haven't done one of these in a while. This is my favorite dungeon. Tell me about it, Max. I'm trying my absolute darndest, but I do have like I have like biz gear in my bank ready to go, but I need to be level 80. It's all ancestral gear from my level 100 barbarian. And yes, I have chosen to level a second hardcore barbarian despite already having one at level 100 because I'm crazy like that. I find it just far more, I don't know, manageable to have like a barbarian dedicated to each build. And honestly, it's like a really good way. Oh, wow. That rupture was going on forever. It's just a really nice way to build the builds, right? Because you're doing it one step at a time. You're not kind of sat there trying to like figure out an entire level 100 build in one go, which you can obviously do, but you find a lot of things along the way. It's very easy to. It's cheaper too. It absolutely is. It's like when things go wrong with a build, it's a process of elimination, trying to figure out what's gone wrong, right? So you start moving aspects around. Okay, was it this? Was it that? Is this interacting properly with that? And it can be very time consuming, it can be quite stressful when you can't figure it out. And extremely expensive on gold to do all of that on a level 100. Whereas with this character, every time I introduce a new talent, a new piece of gear, I know what's gone wrong. Because that, like, the thing breaks when I make the addition. And I make them very slowly and gradually, so I understand what's working, what's not working, and can build the build from start to finish without that much stress, really. I get a good opportunity to like test things, as well as I get like legendary aspects I wouldn't usually use. I just extract them and stick them on my gear. See if it does anything, see if it makes things go up. You know, mess around with all of this shit while I'm leveling, and it's just no bother, no stress. That's a lot of elites. And to be fair, when you level as another spec, it actually feels like a different class. But you have the added benefit of understanding like the core mechanics of it. And I mean, if you have any gear in the bank from a previous ult, cash money. You're dead. Holy moly, this place is just giving out in shit tons of what are these called again? Legendaries. There's only 2 actually. Oh, like a lot. This looks bad, guys. I need to get out of there. Oh yeah. Also, look at my gloves, by the way. I've been wearing these 3-stat regular gloves since like level 30. Actually, what level are they? Level 36. I've got level 36 gloves on. And the reason is they basically max rolled crit and attack speed, which are like the two most important stats there. Obviously 2 ranks of rend would be fantastic, but like I haven't found a pair of gloves that have like more than 3% crit on them since I was level 36. It's been absolute madness trying to find a new pair of gloves. And my pants only have 3 stats on them as well. It has like low roll armor, low roll damage reduction from distant, and low roll close enemy. I can't find a replacement for the fucking life of me. My amulet's pretty good. It's got max roll cooldown reduction, max roll movement speed, and pretty high roll fury cost reduction, but that's only a level 43 piece of gear. But look at that, by the way. Look at this for a level 34 axe, and just like, what the fuck is this? Like, that's crazy for level 34. Max roll strength. Well, it's just max roll everything, bro. Like, that's the most crazy thing I've ever seen in the game. Just imagine this scaled up like to level 80. My god. This is probably one of the best rolled weapons I've ever seen in my life, and it was level 34, which just made me sad. Good RNG wasted. I won't replace that. I legit won't replace that until I find like a perfect roll ancestral. It's too good. Which is really funny. But half the reason I'm so squishy is because I'm missing like, what, like fucking 200 armor there, which would be a substantial jump up. I'm missing a defensive modifier here. I'm missing any defensives here, but I'm also missing a defensive here as well. So I'm probably taking like 30 to 40% extra damage because of my gear right now. It's a significant issue, right? I really need to fix it. World Tier 4 is going to be an extremely unforgiving experience if I don't find at least something.
I'm not ready yet.
First? No? Sad.
Not ready yet.
These extra health bozos can just suck an egg. I'm not dealing with that. Ooh, this one's easy for me. I like this one. You can stand in the middle and just turret with Steel Grasp. It's OP. So where is it? Oh shit, it's one of these guys. Wait, what the fuck? Right, I gotta waste 2 Steel Grasp on each one. I got that guy in time. They fucking suck, bro. Oh, I stunned him. Did I? Oh, dude, I'm never getting this one done in time, actually. This sucks. Oh, they're so annoying. Ah, that's really cool. Dying time, dying time, dying time. Oh, you motherfucker. Yeah, these guys are the worst.
No. Please.
I'm sorry. Oh, spooky. Hey, got a legendary though. GG. No problemo. Does anybody know just Does thorns count as direct damage? It does, right?
I must wait.
I heard one of those guys say, please help. The ones that spawn elites. Ah, there he is. Hey, no worries, man. Easy peasy. How was your stream in the end? Ooh, I'm melting. I'm fairly sure you went for 17 hours? Fucking hell. Nah, mate. That's too much, bro.
Not ready yet.
Hopefully you had a good time, man. Got your druid to 100 this morning, now on to necromancer. Are we going for like all characters? What was I saying? Yeah, because you know, like you know how what's it called? Anemia works, right? Where is it? I have it, right? Bro, do I not have anemia? Oh, I do. Direct damage against bleeding enemies has a 20% chance to stun them. Is thorns direct damage? Are enemies stunning themselves when they hit me? I want to try and figure that out at some point. Necromancers are insane right now. They're like the best class in the game, arguably. Maybe druids. It's funny because everyone was like, druids are shit. Druids are the fucking worst. 17 damage. 17 damage. It isn't counted. Thanks, man. Thanks. That's a shame. I thought that would have been pretty cool. Works with the knockdown heart, and I've done it. Right. What am I up to? Necron source left. Dude, that's a lot of work. Got a lot of respect for that. I've got... Bro, you don't even want to know. I have all barbarians. All I do is level barbarian after barbarian after barbarian. So I'm hardcore gate. I've got... Most of them are dead, right? But these are my pre-season characters right here. So I've got a level 100 barbarian there. A level 100 barbarian there. I got a druid. I did level a druid here. I do have a druid. Bunch of other like characters I killed in PvP and stuff like that. But I got a level 100 barbarian on the hardcore server now, and I'm leveling another one who's level 64. But I just play barbarian all the time. I'm just crazy about the barbarian, even though like we're not getting a lot of love from the Blizzard overlords. I'm trying to make it work. To be fair, actually, we're not that weak. We're not that weak. It's just like other classes have like broken mechanics that don't really fit in the grand like like the power system in the game. Like you got like druids and necromancers hitting for like 700 million, which is clearly not intentional. So once that problem gets solved and all the classes kind of like are not utilizing like broken scaling to do insane damage, I feel like the game's going to feel very balanced. Like you stop the shred and stop the bone spears from hitting like for a bajillion, and those classes will actually be very balanced. It's all garbage. But it's the best class in the game. We all know it. We all know it. Do I want money or do I want the disenchant? I want a disenchant. Berserk, Ripping, Mineral, Earthquake, Earth Strikers, Burning Rage. I'm going to put these in my bank and so I don't fucking disenchant them. Salvage. I played way too much World of Warcraft for so long that it's just like ingrained in my brain to say disenchant. Can't wear any of this yet. But look at the kind of gear I have in here, by the way. Like, then like, this isn't like the best gear in the world, but The rings I actually recently upgraded, so those are like insane. Max life, damage reduction, armor, bleeding, max life, distant, and close. I mean, those are 4-stat DRs, natural. Right, that's insane. Those are natural 4-stat DRs. Look at this one. Look at this one. 3 rend, dude. 3 rend, max crit, max attack speed. The fuck are these, dude? I need to equip those. They're like actually the best gloves in the universe. Those are fucking insane. I don't have any chest pieces in here, which is interesting. I got a 799 Butcher's Axe as well. I got Penitent Greaves here, 794 with max roll on the 2 enemy damage. I've got Best in Slot Helmet here, which just needs really to have the Max Fury rolled off. There's so much good gear in my bank. And all of these unlimited weapons with really high, like, triple stat rolls on them. Ooh, baby. Don't forget Druid's 300 mil defensives. True. Like invincible as well, but what can you do? Put my horsey in there too. Focused Rage, Revenge, 10%. I got Patience. I just like the Barbarian.
I must wait.
For me, it's like the most fun to play, so it's kind of like how everyone else feels about like leveling multiple characters is the same way I feel about not playing them, if you know what I mean. They're not going to wipe them. They're not going to wipe them. They're going to stay as they are. But the legendary, the unique power that they have will be updated to reflect the changes. So they will become slightly more powerful. Excuse me, Bastion of Faith. Oh, Bulwark pulling 300 mil damage. Yeah, how does exactly that work? It just like explodes and deletes everything around it, right? I've seen the way it works. You just pop Bulwark and just walk through things. No, they won't delete any of you. They're not going to delete any of the items, Uzelia. They just said that like they're like we're going to keep them, but the unique power is going to be updated, but everything else will remain the same. Yeah, Blood Beast, fucking Shred just like deletes everything in one shot. That's why I was saying to like everybody, you might want to like keep an old version of every unique so you have like a legacy unique. It's going to be pretty cool. Like maybe in a year's time, right? You'll be like one of the only people who has a Fields of Crimson with cooldown reduction on it. Which is like one of those things that, you know, once you're a veteran at the game, it'd be cool if you kept it. Though, to be fair, with the bank stash the way that it is, it's kind of aids to keep hold of stuff, but yeah, there you go. We're the only one to have all 4 of them when the time comes. On D-Day, the last day of Diablo, like, wearing all your legacy gear. I was here when it began. It'd be kind of cool to do like a full legacy tier 100 in like a year's time. Like, as a unique challenge that, like, only, like, a very few, like, people could possibly do. The fucking screen was, like, shaking and shit. Where'd he go? How am I doing on these? Oh, loads again, man. So many, dude. You know what I had to go through? Or it's gonna be like a flex when someone's like, I don't know, accuses you of not being good at the game. You're like, yeah, well, look at my uniques. I've been playing since you were in diapers, boy. Or just wait 5 years and sell your account. Not that that's legal. You still have some of the OG stuff on D3? God damn. See, that's what I'm talking about. You get it's a silly little thing, but it's just nice, isn't it? Look back on it in a couple of years' time and be like one of the few people who kept it. Doesn't mean anything, but it's just nostalgia. Excuse me, boys. Oh man, the original Echoing Furies was so fucking annoying. Could you imagine having an item like that in the game now? Like, forget about like Gauls having attack speed. Echoing Furies having a chance to fear was like the stupidest shit ever. Like, you hit an enemy and they run away. At least they learned their lesson with the Butcher's Axe. It slows them too. Oh, we got a Paraguni point. It'd be kind of nice if they like they gave us like legacy appearances as well. Maybe like added a bit more of an in-depth collection system to Diablo. I wouldn't be against that. Like I don't feel like that takes away or changes the game too much by giving us like some sort of incentive to collect. Legacy unique appearances, stupid shit like that. You need advice? Alright, hopefully it's Diablo related, otherwise I don't think I'm going to be much good. Where's the... Okay, there it is. Ah! Bug! Oh, hang on. Okay, what we got here? Do I give up 7.5% crit for 120 strength and 18% core skill increase? Hang on. How are you trading crit for strength? That doesn't make sense. Crit damage. You're talking about crit damage. Yeah, you must be. Okay. No, sorry. Let my brain... I read things too literally sometimes. Do I swap 7.5% crit damage for 120 strength and 18 core skill increase? I would say yes. Because 120 strength is like 1.2% multiplicative damage. And core is probably some... what level are you? Like level 100? 18% core damage is probably like 2% damage. It's probably not a lot. But you're basically trading like 7.5% crit damage for probably somewhere in the region of like 3 to 4% flat damage. But you also get armor and you get more strength towards Paragon nodes. So I would say it's a fair trade. It's not a huge deal. Like, it's not that much of a difference. If you're about to spend like 5 million gold enchanting that gear and like, you know, putting it on, probably not worth it. But I would go with the strength and core skill. because it's flat damage increase instead of crit, and crit's conditional on you critting. So it's not 7.5% crit damage isn't 7.5% damage. It's more like whatever that is divided by your crit chance, right? Which is probably very high, but still. You also get armor and Paragon nodes, possibly, if you need it. You might not. It's always something to consider. Right, TP. I know you want to. There you go.
Not ready yet.
One more level. And then nothing. Hit like tinfoil, mate. Not bad. Could be hitting like noodle. Like a fucking overcooked spaghetti. Oh, that's gonna hurt. I'll leave him to it. Anything good? Not looking good. Wow. Bro, what the fuck? Dude, there's a 238k gray in my bank, in my guy's store. What the fuck? Why is that even there? Dude, like what? I understand like it's randomized, but like isn't this just taking the piss? I feel like even having blues in here is like is pointless. I mean, don't even get me started on the price. But like if a player is not ever going to purchase it, why even have it in there? If the excuse is, well, we want to have it randomized, well, if two of them are always going to be like, you know, a blue or a gray, just take them out. Just fucking get rid of them. There's no point in having them. Just give us two to pick from. This false sense of choice. It's just so... It makes me angry when I see lazy shit like this, because it's just like to give the player like a false sense of choice. Like, I know that sometimes all three of them can be yellow, right? But a lot of the time they're not. Like these are not there. These are gone, right? These do not exist. Like this is better, but like again, these don't exist. These don't exist. There's only one item in this shop. So, like, tell you what, like, if they don't want to give us too many options because it'll be too powerful, just put one Fender in town and have them sell 2 yellows from every class, 2 weapons, 2 armor, 2 accessories, right? That would be 6 total items, and nobody's gonna be like fucking, oh, but I want to have more blues to look at. Like, why do it like this and just create this false sense of choice for the players? It's a waste of time. Makes me angry. It just doesn't make any sense. Blue man mode? Bro, I would love to see somebody clear the game with all blues. I think that would be really impressive, actually. That would be really impressive. I would love to see somebody do that. It would be horrible. It's going to be horrible. You want to, like, the reason it's going to be horrible, Riser, is that basically no blues drop. You know, when you like do a dungeon, you might get like 4 blues. So your gear selection is not just going to be limited to like things that only have 2 stats on them, but you're going to basically get nothing to pick up.
Proper tools of vengeance. Have a look.
Have a look. Proper tools of vengeance. Have a look. A cheat death potion? It is indeed. A man can dream. Hey, look, if you can, if you do it, and I will give you Dalkora's official stamp of approval. Be the first one I ever give out. What am I fighting in here exactly? Oh, like it fucking matters. Yellow mode? Yellow mode would be pretty interesting. What, 0 aspect run? I could see that being possible. If you play like a really safe build that doesn't have a lot of dependency on them. Like, probably Ren, to be honest. You could probably do it. It's gonna take forever though. Like we're talking like easy 120 hours plus. Like you'll be doing that shit for weeks, man. Because even a slower build like Hammer of the Ancients, which is actually still very fast, but definitely like Walking Arsenal or Rend Rupture, your leveling time goes from like my race pace. That sounds funny. My race pace on Whirlwind is like I can get to like level 100 in about 60 hours on a seasonal character while I'm racing. But I would say on Rend, even if I was at my race pace, 90? It's like, it's literally half the speed. It's so fucking slow. And like you would have to do that plus only wearing yellows. Christ almighty, I wouldn't even want to know. And like I don't consider myself the best racer in the world, but I am a top 10 barbarian, so like I'm pretty fast. A true nerd of nerds. Full blue, solo, no legion, group offense. Oh yeah, it's solo self-found, full blue. Hardcore as well, bro. Solo self-found, all blue, hardcore. And you have to play with a steering wheel and gas pedal. That'd be your first series. It's just a shame you'll only be releasing one video every 6 months, Riser. Gathering gives XP. You know what that just reminded me of, Jalim? Did you guys ever hear about that guy who leveled to like level 90 in the Mist and Pandaria starting zone by picking up herbs only? And it took him like fucking 4 years. Or like it took. Wait, I don't remember how long it took him, but it took him. Actually, what was it again? How long was it? I think it took him. It took him like a ridiculous amount of time. I don't think it was 4 years because the expansion would finish. But he leveled to the max level as a panda in the opening zone. That's the funniest shit. Instantly made me think of that. It'd be kind of like leveling 1 to 100 in Kyovashad only. Oh, not Kyovashad, sorry. Fractured Peaks. But that would even be way better, because at least the content scales with you a bit. The pros and cons. Let's start with the pros. Scales very well. Very consistent damage scaling. Very low dependency on aspects and uniques. A great single target DPS, reasonable AoE. Actually, no, hang on a minute. Take AoE out of there because it's going to be a con. So single target DPS, good. Flexibility with gear choice is great. So you can use things like damage reduction against bleeding, damage to bleeding, damage to CC'd if you're running this version of the build. And also off-meta flexibility. You don't have to run 3 shouts. For a lot of people, that's really important. Yeah. Cons. Very bad clear speed compared to other options. Like Rend itself has a very narrow area of attack, and so it can be quite difficult and quite frustrating to kill like large groups of enemies with. I actually have 3 shorty. It's either E, like this, or it's left click, or it's scroll wheel. I have 3 buttons. I alternate between them all, depending on what I need my hands for. So yes, wave clear is very bad. Then also like the target acquisition of Rupture. Actually, I would say the target acquisition of nearly all of the abilities seems off. There are times where you press grab, you go to grab an enemy and it won't grab them, or it will like shoot in the fucking wrong direction. Rupture does the same thing as well. Sometimes it will like snap on, like if the group of enemies is like here, it'll like snap onto the one guy who's off to the side. Fucking hate that. And I think that's probably it, but they're quite big, right? There's a lot of pros, but the cons are huge. Like, you know, slow wave clear, static damage, you have to be stood still, and the abilities don't always target the targets that you're targeting. Other than that, I suppose you could say damage over time as a mechanic is a little bit sucky, because you have to wait for enemies to die even after you've killed them, which is pretty funny. Yeah, what Shorty's telling you to do. So in order to use scroll, you have to go to controls, right? And you can see here I have force move, like on scroll. I have it on E as well. And then I have move, like force interact is a way to move. Scroll and then left click. But you need to untick this before you can do it. So make sure you untick this. It's at the bottom of gameplay. You have to unclick that. Also, just to add a couple more pros, hitting Rupture on a large pack of enemies is the biggest dick thing you can ever do. But I think I play Diablo in a very weird way. Like, I'm kind of like developing my own little like control system here. So one thing that I do that's probably going to give like that's going to make a lot of people throw up in their mouth is I'll show you how I hold my mouse. Now, I hold it like this. Like that is, for me, it's like I've played a lot of FPSs in my time. If I did this, I think people would like not want to play with me. Like this kind of shit that gets you kicked out of school, right? But I play a lot of FPSs, or I have done in the past, like very seriously. And I like usually use claw grip. So I'm like, you know, the standard way for me to hold a mouse will be like this, right? That's how I usually use a mouse. But I'm palm gripping with my with my right click being done by my wedding finger. It's demented, dude. I don't like it. I don't like it for anything but Diablo, but it means I can move in combat really easily and still cast Rend without having to like move my finger. Like that. It just works really nice. Instead of going like, you know, boop, 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 with the index finger, I don't have to do that at all. But it feels very unnatural. I get used to it, like after a while. I stop, like when I stop thinking about it, I just kind of like just playing the game, right? You're welcome. It's weird that they've hidden it, or they've like forced the button. Like you have to unclick it, which is such a weird thing. Like if I change the key binding, obviously I want to change the key binding. Why is there this extra button for me to press? Doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. The first capstone, level 48 Uber is my preferred time to do it. It's early enough that you don't overstay in World Tier 1. But it's late enough that you're not going to be like blasted for walking in there.
I can't leave my friends here. Not like this. We can't do it alone.
Yeah, I think there's a reason most people play like with middle mouse button as like a move. It's probably just there's a lot less movement involved on your hand. And it like keeps everything else, like I don't ever have to take my fingers off any of my buttons. I don't think I'll ever play Diablo another way now. Because I didn't play like this for like the betas or like most of the preseason. This is not looking good. Hopefully my eluding kicks off. There we go. That stun was unbelievably long. Why are you not dying, you fuckers? That went a little bit awry. Oh, baby. I fucking love it when it does that shit. Like, you can see it's, like, still kind of casting even after I leave. I think that's the coolest shit ever. There, yeah, he's fucking just casting still even though I'm gone. Oh, the wrong way. Hello, boss. Oh, I just cast Rupture twice by accident. That was a bit interesting. Tier 15. Oh, so the enemies were 4 levels higher than me. I was wondering why that was a little bit slower than usual. Oh, yeah. Good old click of the knuckles. Lost me telephone. Axes, crit vulnerable, all stat. Nice. Low rolls. Better than that weapon though. I don't really want axes though, but I mean it is what it is, right boys? What can you do? What can you do? You just gotta take what you get when you're leveling. No sense in being greedy. Skull breakers, I could use one of those. Crit damage, barrier generation, wind lashes. Okay, the rest of it's garbage, so I'm just gonna sell it. Hang a minute. I want to get Warbinger, don't I?
This.
Is it better than this axe? Oh, that's funny. So I'm okay. Reroll. So I actually don't mind having damage over time on it. I actually, you know what? I think this is fine. I don't think I need to reroll it at all. I want Skull Breaker though, I think. Stunning a bleeding enemy causes the damage to do damage. I'm gonna put Edgemaster on the one-hander, and then the patch is on the 8th. On the 8th. Let's put Skullbreaker on this weapon and put Edgemaster on that weapon. Rapid isn't that good. But Rapid helps a lot with Fury gain. I want to put it on here. I like Skullbreaker. Yeah, and I'll have Edgemaster instead of Expectant here, because Expectant's kind of lol. I don't always use it. Edgemasters, a whole 10% damage. Lots of axes, an uncomfortable amount of axes. Need a socket on it. You know, I think I can use Royals now. Let me see if I have enough. I probably don't, actually, to be honest. I have 5. That's enough. Let's, oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Do I have enough rubies? No, I don't. Shit. Alright, fuck. I'll have to try and make some. I need to pick up more rubies in the future. Let's see how many I can make. I can make 3. I mean, that's not bad. 3 is those 2 done. Let's take all of those out. If I craft 1 more, might as well. Get all this extra damage over time. Nice upgrades. Oh, I need to make 1 more. I need more rubies. Berserk Ripping gets fixed? That's right, yeah. Thank God, finally, Jesus. Okay. Do I upgrade that? I don't think so. Ooh, Nostra, Death Pulse. So I got Skullbreaker now, which is going to make things be a lot juicier. And open the right bloody tabs here. I'm an idiot. Alright, boys, let's go in. That's not this build, by the way, Denicon. I need to change that command. That's my tier 100 whirlwind build. I'm still making this build. I'll probably come out with a guide in the next day or 2. It's just I'm still figuring it out. I'm not confident to like recommend this to people just yet until I know exactly how it works. We're running bleed boil and I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, once I've kind of got a bit more confidence with this build, I'm just being wary, Denicon, because if I put a guide out for it now, people might like spend money respecing into it, you know, maybe overwrite good aspects, whatever. And I feel like it's my responsibility to make sure it isn't dog shit before I do that. I don't think it is, but I haven't really done the Paragon board yet. The Paragon board is only like 2 boards, so I'm only level 64. So I need to min-max that a little bit. And let's not forget there's going to be a patch tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, right? There's a patch on the 8th. And so there's going to possibly be a couple of changes incoming. Or at least, like, you know, it's just new patch, new build kind of mentality. But this is working really nicely. And the core of the build really is just Rupture. I can't move. I'm stuck. New patch, new me. Like the way I'm building this is I'll show you like what I'm doing that's possibly. So I'm using Gushing Wounds. I'm not using Unbridled Rage. I'm going into as much crit damage as I can find throughout the board. So, you know, heavy-handed, I've got that. Fully into Rupture, Pit Fighter. We've got Cut to the Bone here. We've got Steel Grasp as well, because the whole build is about bringing enemies in, stunning them, and using Rupture to blow them away. Iron Skin with Iron Warrior. Some tankiness here. Tactical Grand Stomp for Fury. Really nothing too special here. Paragon board. Pretty mundane stuff again. Using Might. I should be using Territorial, but I'm going for Might. Fuck it. Disembowel rocking on here. I'm going for Warbinger here, which will be my source of Fortify hit, babe. As for gear, just full crit vulnerable damage with damage over time instead of core damage. And I'm using purples. Uniques I would use. Fields of Crimson. Penitent Greaves. Butcher's Axe if I can find one. Creeping Death. And then double blue gems because I'm getting my ass fucking whooped by everything. So, but I would probably, once I'm fully geared, I'll use a Tempting Fate orange Malignant Heart instead to further ramp up my crit damage. But I'm not going to use that until my crit is like close to 50%. Which should be possible. I would, once I've got like more types of CC, like Penitent Greaves for example, I will then remove 3 points from like a defensive, and then I will put those into No Mercy instead for like an extra 9% crit versus CC'd enemies. And that will be that'll be kind of like the final version of the build. But that's kind of like the lowdown. We still got a bit to figure out. But we will get there eventually. We're not that far away, really. Once we get to World Tier 4 and get into like the 3rd Paragon board or the 4th Paragon board, the build's basically solved at that point. I'm playing this like a potato, though. Why would he wall that way? Try and group them all up. They've done a weird job here. Not bad, not bad. Thank you, Face Roll. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it. Ooh. Come back, you fuck. If he's unstoppable, my bleeds hit for twice as much, so I don't mind. Come back! Ooh! Wait, I fucking missed my Rupture? See, that's the kind of shit I hate. I stabbed into like 5 enemies and somehow missed my Rupture. Like shot it right through the middle of the crowd. Thank you, promo. Don't worry about it, guys. You don't like. It's just a small little... I don't know. It's just a birthday, innit? I thought I put it in there anyways, you know? I was actually, to be honest with you guys, I was like thinking about not even like mentioning it, but... Like, you know, when it's your birthday, you feel like you want to do something, right? Blue, blue. Oh, that's very kind of you, mate. Thank you. I appreciate it, Facewell. Thanks, man. What do I think of Fists of Fate? They're a fun gimmick. But the gloves are a super valuable, like one of the, probably the most important piece of gear for your damage. And like things like, you know, your crit, like especially for a barbarian, our crit is super important. Like many of the things that we do are like crit dependent. Actually, I mean, it's true for most classes, but you know, from a barbarian perspective, it's extremely important that we have very high crit. So losing like 12% crit is really bad. Not to mention the +4 ranks to our core skill as well is essentially a 40% damage increase. So gloves are like fucking insanely powerful, but Fists of Fate are pretty fun, and I'm sure somebody's gonna come up with like something like a somebody's gonna come up with a really cool build that like goes like works with like pole arms, lucky hit chance, Fists of Fate, but no one's done it yet. So I couldn't tell you for sure, but like gloves, like yeah, I mean you can get like 15% attack speed, 12% crit, and 4 ranks your core ability. That's hard to beat, dude. It's very hard to beat. But don't be afraid to test them out, Imi. Like, it's one of those things where the game's still super fresh and people are like even I'm guilty of this. Because it's so expensive and time consuming to like experiment with like, you know, builds, holy shit, dude. Because it's like, you know, awkward to try out new builds in the game. People are not really that willing to go off the beaten path with it and like fully invest in something that nobody else has done. And like I said, I'm guilty of this, but you could absolutely go, all right, well, fuck it. I'm using polearm plus polearm expertise. I'm getting 20% increased crit, lucky hit chance. And I'm going to get all the lucky hit I can get here, and I'm going to get crazy like on-hit effects from Fist of Fate. I'm going to use like Relentless Berserker, anything I can think of with lucky hit on it, and just go apeshit. But it might work, but no one's tried it yet, as far as I'm aware. And thank you so much for the 5 gifted and a sub for yourself, man. Much appreciated. Even if you do the polearm thing, you say? Still no good if you have Barb. Oh yeah, don't use a barber. Don't use a barber. The Malignant Heart and the Barber disables all on hit, like lucky hit effects, so don't do that. It's no bueno. You have to use another one. You could also make use of that new stat, like with Temerity coming out. You know, with the like Temerity's getting giga buffed soon. And that's going to be like a mainstay, I think, in every build. And you could also use the new stat the barbarians have, which is lucky hit increased when a barrier is active. So, like, I feel like coming into this next patch, lucky hit might have a bit more of a place than before. However, it's down to the first person who's going to spend like 80 hours leveling a character to try it out, and or spend like, you know, 60 hours worth of fucking gold grinding for the gear and all that bullshit. I just don't get good gloves, boys. Any good? Heavy-handed? No. See, it's always... You get like 1. The game gives you... It's like, okay, we'll give him 1. It's something to do with 60 hours. Hey man, I mean, I was gonna level this character, and then like my next one's gonna be proper fucking weird. Like it's gonna be like giga weird. For sure.
You can take what's left. Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Right. Okay, 1 second, boys. I gotta see if food has been ordered before I continue. No, I was gonna. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I'm good. All right, guys, I'm gonna tie a knot in the stream here. Food has been ordered. I'm gonna spend like the last bit of the day with my missus, and yeah, just like watch a movie, chill. Come back in strong tomorrow though, and I think I'm gonna do a bit of a long stream tomorrow. A little bit of a longer one tomorrow. So make sure you're around for that if you want to see me crack World Tier 4 with this build, because we're definitely going to be doing that. But yeah, today's been absolutely fucking sick. So thank you guys for showing up, and everybody who subbed, gifted subbed, bits, basically a little bit of everything today, which was dope. And yeah, thank you for helping make the streams possible, guys. But before I let you all go, let's go ahead and make somebody's day by dropping a raid somewhere. And if you happen to have a sub or whatever, it gives you access to my emotes, because I don't actually know, because I can't emote on for some reason I can't emote on this game, on this platform. I don't know if it's because the add-ons I have are kind of scuffed, but I have an issue doing it for some reason. But we'll have a little look and see if we can find somebody to raid real quick. But yeah, I'll be back at my average time, my usual time tomorrow, which is like toss it to Anna Cakes. I was streaming. No, sorry. I raided her not too long ago, but I'm just gonna have a little look and see who's online before I do. Man, everybody must play in a different game today. I think you might be right. I think we will go Anna. This guy's wearing a balaclava. I love that. She don't need it. She don't. Well, it depends, right? Because like I don't like throwing you guys in somewhere that's like complete poo-poo. I want to check out the balaclava, dude. I mean, that's pretty legit. Let me guess. Add. Oh, for fuck's sake, man! I need to get Twitch Turbo. Like, this is so bad. Korean adverts, by the way, guys. You like them?
No, I remember reputable news outlets reporting that the trolls did it for the lulz. I do remember that.
Actually, no, to be fair, I kind of like this guy. So I like this guy right off the rip. So we're going to go ahead and send him a raid. And if you have any emotes, guys, pop them out. Like, make us look cool. Make it, make me look cool. The Clam Gang. Yeah, let's become members of the Clam Gang. That's not his followers. That's subs. All right, so let's type this name in. Dart Salt. Wait, I'm not writing. Whoops. Wait, Dart Salt. Oh my God, what have I done? I think I broke my Twitch. Did I accidentally click on somebody? Dude, I'm breaking everything, but I'm so scuffed. Why can't I write this motherfucker's name? My Twitch dashboard is like breaking.
Spiders have way too much health.
Why is this happening?
Added to the players by searching.
It can't find him. Dart Soul.
We had him going with all these fake words we'd made up.
Fucking hell, mate.
Here's
This
a
took me
question
forever.
To which the prize is winning the internet for today. Whose voice sings in the Uncut song? Easy.
Why can't I find
I
him?
believe it was
There he is.
Dame
I got it. I did it.
Dench.
All right, boys. Sending you over. Much appreciated for today, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Been a sick
Lulz,
birthday.
though,
I'll see you
reported
soon,
this
all right?
as Louis
Take care.
With an I, so they're like Who is the Louise boat? What the fuck? I miss trolling.